Coming up on this program, we show you how to get connected. Find out how to choose an internet service provider. Discover the newest form of communication, electronic mail.
Always down and ready to ride. One by one, billion by billion, been holding up half the sky. Raise your hand if you're ready and willing. If you know it's time. Time for a girl on time. Time for a girl on time. Time for Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Miss Cole, first of all, I will say thank you for the reminder earlier in Credence and Mikey about jury duty. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we have bad news, bears. Jury duty has been canceled. I received an urgent email today. I cried out in shock and dismay. I'm not joking. I was on a phone call. The person was a little bit taken aback with my like shocked howl that I let go, but it read urgent. What did it fucking say? Now I gotta read it again. Well, anyways, regardless, jury duty has been canceled. And look, I went and got real glasses for my role. Look at how shiny these are. I was gonna wear this shirt tomorrow. Obviously done up more. I was gonna wear it probably done up and ironed like this. This was gonna be my shirt. I think I would have got it. Oh, that would have been taking one for the team though. I'm gonna tell you that to be honest, because I'll tell you the truth. Having those glasses on for that minute there just gave me a headache. Apparently, like I tried to find 0.25 or like 0.5 glasses, but the small like the least amount of correction I could find was 1. And evidently I don't even need that. But let me just tell you, I know some of you are here because we've been following this case. We've been following it too. I went ahead and looked. I got to take these off because I'm going to put them back on again by accident. This is why we have glasses that don't have any lenses in them for one. What's that? That was my pen. That's why we have glasses without any lenses in them for this normally. It's much better. Okay. So, like I said, we are also, hi, Christopher Engleby. Look, I'm wearing my special necklace. Chris is here. That's so nice to see. I guess, I mean, this is what we're talking about here. I had a little bit of a icky reaction. I'm going to be honest. When I saw them this morning, as I did my rounds of courts, like I always do, uh, I I felt sick. I did. I felt a little bit sick, but I knew we had to get through it. Then I thought to myself, you know what, Pace? We're going to be fine. It's not going to be that bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's going to be totally fine. And I looked and I was like, oh my God, it was only an hour and 40 minutes. We can handle that. Like, we can handle that, right? That was the second half. Okay, the first one that they did today was 3 hours and 22 minutes. I'm just, oh, Jesus. Also, I can't even download it. I don't know why. So we're gonna have to just try and stream it straight up. To make this a little bit better, I've rolled 2 joints, and I have a very cold Coca-Cola that I'm gonna be drinking here shortly. Um, but I did make a thumbnail. If you know, you know. Um, anyways, let's get it started. Let's see if it works. While we've had trouble playing videos direct before, but let's fucking keep our fingers crossed because it's the only way we can do it. So I've tested it twice today. It did work, but oh, Judge, before you get going, I'm gonna say thank you to Christopher Angleby because yes, I did, Chris. Thank you so much. Do. I think it's working. They look like they're all wearing the same outfits as they were before, but they ain't. Yeah, let's see if it works. You guys are so fucking funny. You're making me laugh. Okay. Also, remember I was gonna try and not react today. I don't know if this is the case to do that with, to be honest with you. I really don't know if it is. But let's continue here. Jury duty practice. I don't need to practice for jury duty anymore. Hi, Hector. Hi, Wendy. My jury duty got canceled. We're gonna have to make a command about that too. I literally screamed. I screamed. Okay. Hi, MB. Um, oh, that sounds delicious. I want tacos. Uh, you had a good jury duty experience, Chris? I didn't even get to go. They literally emailed me today. You're not listening. You can't hear them? Oh, that's a problem. Oh, that's a problem. You can't. Fuck. Hold on. Use Chrome if you'd like to share audio with your screen. Yeah. If this actually doesn't, I don't know actually how to do it other than this. Use Chrome if you'd like to share audio with your screen. Okay, well, we'll try again. I can hear it. I will try again. This isn't good. Holy shit, no sound. Okay, give me a minute. She is, sweet to me. Oh, okay, hold on. This is the last chance, last chop. This is the last try. If this doesn't work, then I don't know how to do it. Well, then I don't know because I don't think I can make it work. Hmm, that's interesting. You can see me. Won't let me do it. That's so weird. I mean, I don't think you'll be able to hear it. If I hit play and I shut up and you'll hear it through the computer, we'll see what happens, but I don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah, so 16 a pay period, $16 a pay period.
All right, thank you. And do
Excuse
you
me,
have,
Ms. Payson, she addressed withholdings and union. And she says 16, I don't know which is which.
$16 for union dues per pay period,
Okay, thank you.
and how often do you get paid, Megan?
bi-weekly.
Okay.
Does that really work? Okay. I guess I just have to shut up. It works but low. It's because the audio's. Oh, hold on. Let me see if this makes it better. Um, hold on. Uh, okay. I'm gonna move my camera and say thank you to Chris. Sorry. Thank you. That's very loud. I bet you'll hear that double. Okay, I'm gonna try it again.
And do you have medical insurance that you pay for yourself and the children?
Yes,
And how many people are covered under your plan?
myself and the 3 boys.
Okay, so 2 boys in this situation and then Noah, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you pay for medical per pay period?
Okay.
Pay for dental?
Yes,
And how much do you pay for dental per pay period?
$29.62.
Okay, and do you have vision insurance?
I don't believe so. but
Okay.
please.
And do you have mandatory withholdings in regards to retirement?
Yes,
And it looks like you're involved in the FERS, the Federal Employee Retirement System.
yes,
And are you required to participate and pay into that?
yes.
And do you know how much you get per pay period for that?
So on here, it is $36.04. I believe it's 5% of your, I believe we have to contribute 5% towards retirement.
Okay, you're mandated to contribute 5% per pay period, or per retirement?
I believe so.
Okay, but is that your TSP savings plan that you're required to also participate in?
I believe that those are separate because it's a 3-tier system. So I believe that TSP is different than the retirement. So TSP is the 5%.
Okay, I'm just clarifying that. Okay, and you're required to contribute at least 5% into that, is that correct?
Correct.
And how much do you contribute to the TSP savings per pay period?
$225.28.
Thank you. And do you have any other like uniform expenses or anything associated with your pay stub?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And that pay information has already been admitted to the court, so thank you. Now, last time we were here, we talked a little bit about your and Jake's relationship, so I don't want to get into a lot of that.
You're fucking lying, Leslie. If you can convince me of that. Christopher Engleby convinced me that he's back, baby. Thank you, Chris. But, yeah, if she wants us to believe that she doesn't want to be petty, I don't think it's going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm already mad. Hi, Lucy. I'm mad these people are making me fuck up my fucking system. I can't mute it. I have to be quiet. Do you know how hard that is for me? I normally run my mouth in the background a lot more than I let you guys hear. But now I have to be quiet because otherwise, yeah, you guys can't hear it. So this is sort of like jury duty, I guess. Hit play, Paisley. Don't hit mute. Go ahead.
But you had indicated he had moved out 5 times during your relationship. You remember saying that?
I believe it was 4, but yes.
Okay. And why did Jake move out this last time?
This last time, Jake moved out this last time because we had another argument. He will say it's because of finances. So I would say that's why Jake moved out, was because of finances.
The last time he moved out, you guys attempted reconciliation.
Yes. I
Why?
did.
Why did that not work?
It didn't work because Jake was never willing to be a partner. Jake was never willing to work together and be a partner and be a team and come together
Yeah, fuck you, Jake.
for our family.
You're an asshole.
It was Jake didn't want to work together. I had tried many different things in our relationship. I was always trying to get Jake involved in our relationship. I was always trying to see Jake's perspective of our relationship so that we could just try and be on the same page, see eye to eye. I very much felt like I was doing that I carried majority of the responsibilities, and I was trying to for Jake to also be a part of those responsibilities because we work together, we have children together, we were planning on getting married. So I had this perception that we were going to have a future together, and I wanted us to work together.
Now, there was some claims in regards to his family and your lack of involvement in this family. Do you recall those claims?
Yes.
And did you feel that you were involved with his family's functions?
I did feel that I was involved with his family, and I actually felt like it was because of me that we had the involvement with his family. I made an effort to when we were together, I made the effort to connect with family members. I would reach out to family members. I would share my sports schedule, for example. So if they want to be part of that, I felt like I was the one putting the effort trying to have Jake's family involved.
Now, last time you were here, you called this family reserved.
Yes, I would not use the word reserved, and I mean this in the kindest way possible, but to describe Jake's family, I would describe them as distracted and disengaged. The reason that I say this is because, for example, if we were all together, what they cared about was just that a physical body was there, but they would be distracted on their phones. It was not that they ever took that opportunity to engage with one another. It was just completely fine with having just physically being there, not really making that connection. I was looking through old pictures where I am on the floor playing with the boys, taking pictures, and just in the background, there's Jake's dad on his phone. There's Brittany on his phone. Yes, so I would not use the word reserved. I would use the word distracted and disengaged.
Okay. Now,
God, she's such a bitch.
you had made
Such a fucking bitch. Oh my God, she's such a bitch. Hi, Sean. Oh, Ed, it's still going on. They also, bitch, you were on your phone too because you were taking a picture on your phone. She needs a lot of attention. I'm still trying to troubleshoot the sound issue on my phone like a total bitch. Like unengaged. No. But seriously, this is and both, by the way, both of these people made over $100,000 a year. Let that sink in for a second. Nobody is poor here. Nobody was really like that's greediness. If they're fighting about money at that much money, that's greedy because you can live in Michigan on less than that. Right? I'll have to say it. You can't. So that sorry, that doesn't mean they have a lot of money. Like that's not what I mean. I just mean like there wasn't a shortage of money. I guess. I don't know. Just shut up, Paisley. Keep going.
mentioned in regards when we've heard from Jake's family in regards to their attendance at sport events, and you just indicated you gave them the schedules. Prior to this last separation and I'll say in October of 2023, was his mom and sister attend these events for the children?
Occasionally, maybe one or two out of the season.
Okay, and you now see them more often?
His sister has not yet. No, his mom is pretty much at every single practice. She said that she didn't know that Asher went to school, yet she's at his school events. His sister mentioned how close they were. She's not been to one event for the boys since
filing or in the past year?
in the past year. She's not been to one event. They live right down the road. They're in town. But prior to filing, she, off the top of my head, I'm remembering one time at Kingdom Sports. I'm trying to even think of another example where she was there.
Now you heard his sister Brittany testify that they had to walk on eggshells around you. You found that surprising.
I did find that surprising because Brittany she felt comfortable enough to share her. She felt comfortable enough to I'm not going to disclose her medical information, but she felt comfortable enough to share her medical information with me. She felt comfortable enough to ask me for advice during her pregnancies. Both Brittany and Mom asked my opinion during like the plan of care during her deliveries. Just raising the kids. I've already raised a child. I've already raised Noah, so I'm familiar with things around town. I'm familiar with kids' activities, so she would ask for, she would ask me. Adam would ask me questions. His were usually more financially based. She felt comfortable enough to, I remember when Triton was born, she felt comfortable enough to hand Triton over to me.
Triton?
I've watched Aniston.
Triton and Aniston? Oh my god. Oh my god. Triton and Aniston? Jesus. Also, I'm gonna try something for the next minute. I'm changing an audio setting and let's see or if it makes it worse or better. I'll give it a minute. It might be echoey.
Yes, we would converse and we
Did you,
did each other's baby showers.
did you ever feel uncomfortable around him or his family, or did you feel like you were included?
Like I said, his family is, I like, when I'm with people, I like to build a connection. I like to talk. So if I were to say that I felt uncomfortable, it was because I wanted to build a connection. But I always wanted to be included, even though they would not always include me. And even with his sister, removing me from
The group chat.
it's a
Group chat.
picture site, which has pictures of the kids, including our kids on it, and I've been removed from that. But I've always wanted to be included, and I've always tried to make an effort to be included.
Now, last time we were here, you said one of the reasons that you and Jake had problems in your relationships had to do with drinking. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Now, we've heard Jake testify about that you were drinking just as much as he was. Is that true?
That is not true.
Okay. Now, this court has received what was my exhibit H, which is thousands of pages in regards to text messages. Do you recall that the court received that?
Yes.
Why were you and Jake texting so much when you were residing together?
Oh, come on, lady. Everybody
Because
texts.
Jake was out of the house a lot. And I remember talking with Jake and saying, for example, Jake would be at work. He would work over, and I would mention to Jake when we would talk, I'd be like, I don't even know if you're dead or alive because I don't hear from you. And I don't want that to be a normal thing for me to, come the time that I'm expecting for you to be home, just that it's normal that you're not here and that I also don't know what's going on. And so I majority of our conversation are those text messages. And I had also mentioned to Jake, like, we need to be creative with our communication because we are very busy and we're not going to have like that ideal time to just sit down and have a conversation. We have 3 kids. So I had mentioned, like,
No, you have 3.
my proposal was, let's be creative and use the resources that we have. So let's text throughout the day and just have like an ongoing communication versus like hoping for at the end of the day to be able to talk with each other and share everything, but just for it to be continuous and ongoing.
So that's why there's thousands of pages of text messages.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Okay. Hold on just a second. I have been described as needy before. I have been described as a whole lot of work. I have been described as attention sucking, soul sucking, in fact. But I give a lot. I give a lot. Believe me, I've texted thousands upon thousands of messages with people before, but it's not one-sided always. I'm thinking about it. I mean, that's just the way it is. I did almost get fired. I did almost get fired from that job. We've talked about this before, where I was texting with an ex and I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop. And my boss was like, Paisley, you need to stop, and like pulled me in for this meeting. And I was like texting in the meeting. He's like, you can't do it. I was like, I can't stop. Oh.
When we were talking about the drinking issues you've had with Jake, there was an episode that was, or not episode, an incident that was talked about in regards to New Year's Eve of 2019 going into 2020.
Yes.
Can you tell the court what happened during that period of time?
So during that period of time, Jake had been drinking. Jake was drunk. I remember him swaying in between the kitchen table and the doorway. I remember
Lady.
that because I was sitting on the living room couch, and I just remember thinking like we had it was just very different. And I remember that CN gave their employees a Christmas ham, and he went to take the ham out of the oven and he dropped it on the floor. And he had that, I remember then that New Year's, he was passed out. This was when it was, we just had Noah. And I remember just lying in bed and thinking like, Happy New Year's. There's no New Year kiss. I remember thinking like, heaven forbid if anything were to happen to me and Noah, Jake is not available.
Okay. And did his drinking then continue over those periods of time?
Yes.
Was there an incident in regards to, I'm going to fast forward a year, Christmas time of 2020?
Okay.
What happened during Christmas time of 2020 in regards to alcohol use?
Sure. So 2 days before
Everybody was
Christmas,
drinking.
Jake had promised me that he was going to stop drinking. I remember Jake wanted to go to Field and Stream in Kalamazoo. So we all got into the car, and Jake had started off driving, but I realized he had been drinking. So then we switched and I drove. We went to Field and Stream. We get there, Jake wanted then me to sit in the car, and I remember thinking, why am I sitting in the car? Like we just drove to Kalamazoo, I want to stretch my legs and get out. And it was because he wanted to get a Christmas present for me. And I, like, as thoughtful as it was, I just remember feeling like, so I drove you to Field and Stream to get a Christmas present for me. It just felt very, it did not feel very special. Also that Christmas time was when Jake had, that was when he had puked in Noah's bathroom.
Oh,
That's also, I believe, when he had sent the text message, admitting that it definitely was a problem.
So that takes you through Christmas of 2020.
Yes,
Did he continue drinking into 2021?
yes.
Do you recall an incident in March of 2021 where the issue of drinking and an argument between the two of you came up again?
Yes.
What happened then?
So I actually do remember that January, I felt like it was going pretty good with his drinking, but then I do remember March, we started getting the shut off notices again. Jake was back to drinking. I remember that is when Jake
shut off what? You guys made $200,000 in a year. What are they shutting off? Where's your paycheck? What is happening here? I am fucking baffled. I'm sorry. I understand. I've made vast different amounts of money in my life before. I've made very little money. I've made pretty decent money. I've never made like amazing money, but I worked at a bank and I saw a lot of money, and I'm pissed. I don't know how you could do that. She's had her job for years. So even if it was just her working and she was making over 100K, again, I'm not trying to be rude, but I do believe that you could subsist on that in Michigan. And agree that the more money, more problems, more issues, all that kind of stuff. But I find it insulting to people who struggle but make it with less money when somebody like does that. And I get being irresponsible with money. I'm not great with money. I get it. I'm pretty decent at making money. I'm pretty good at that, but I'm not the person to be in charge of bills. That's not my forte. And I get that. But if I had $6,000 or $7,000 a month coming in, believe me, the bills would be paid, right? I don't know. It's tough to understand. I really dislike her. Also, you're gonna notice, okay, when I started watching later, like earlier today, but later in this case, she was under cross-exam from McNiff, and she like would mutter repeat the question under her breath before answering it, and it was driving me insane. Sure. I barely do that to begin with, but yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, oh, Chris, I love you. I just think that I don't know. I know money doesn't make people happy, but I would hope if I was making that kind of money working from home like she is, I would be a little bit happier, you know? You know? They sound like they had a miserable existence. And I'm not trying to be rude, but she sounds difficult to deal with. I would hope that even if people recognize that I'm a lot of work, I'm I provide a lot of fun, you know?
Puked on the side of the bed. I then went downstairs and slept with the boys. Asher was actually in bed with me, and I took him downstairs and we slept on the couch.
Okay. Taking you further into 2021, were there instances in July of 2021 where the theme of alcohol was coming up again?
Yes, that summer, my cousin got married at the Gull Lake Country Club, and Jake was drunk at the wedding. He was
Terrible man.
Yeah,
Drinking at a wedding.
he was. I couldn't find him for a period of time. He was walking around the Gull Lake Country Club. He had gotten into an argument with the staff because he was very upset because they were flying the Gull Lake Country Club above the United States flag. He started crying. I was pregnant with Sam during this time. I just remember that night being like, I remember looking forward to like having an evening at a wedding, and it was just an absolute mess.
Okay. Did the drinking continue through 2021?
Yes.
Was he in golf league in 2021?
He played golf in 2021, but golf league started in 2020.
Okay, so every summer, spring and summer, he plays in a golf league.
Yes, the golf league in 2020 was every single Monday night with the tournaments. The subsequent summers would be more of like sporadic golfing, not necessarily every single Monday night, but it would be like on the weekends and then just sporadically.
Okay, so while he was golfing, you were home with the children?
Correct.
Was there an issue with him?
Oh, hold on. There's an issue with the way she just said subsequent. Did she literally just say subsequent? Is that a joke? That's not how that's pronounced. Not even in Canada, lady. What is going on here? Like, seriously, how dare he have a hobby? How dare, and look at his face right now, too. He's like subsequent. Also, oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. This is terrible. Terrible. Oh, fuck, I can't hit mute and grumble about it. I just gotta deal with it. This is really just exactly like jury duty.
Drinking, coming home after golfing.
Yes. So this was, yes, Jake had joined the golf league and, those Mondays, we did not see Jake. He would be working, he would leave work early to go to golf. Never would he leave work early for us, but he will leave early to go to play golf. He would drink during golf, and he would come home, go upstairs.
He would drink during golf, Mikey. Do you drink while you entertain people on YouTube? It is healthy to have a hobby. And honestly, I think that this is a terrible reflection of a good marriage. Hi, Darren. Welcome. Yeah, Mikey, do you make thumbnails though, is the question of the day. We say, no, seriously, you did a great, you do a great job. Slap fights this weekend? Are you working on a Saturday for slap fight? That's exciting for us. Let's go. This lady's pissing me off. And I was not even for St. Jacob to begin with. But now I'm just, she's pissing me off. Squirt nose, Chris. Imagine if my jury duty was this case. No, I still want jury duty. I'm still so upset that it got canceled. It's terrible. Terrible news. And remember, $200,000 these people were making. Missing bills.
Pass out and get ready the next day, go to work. And if I could talk a little bit about the events during that time, is that okay? No. So
The events during what time?
just during that, when Jake started the golf league, he had been laid off of work that winter. Asher was born that January. COVID hit that spring break. And then Jake decides to join a golf league. And I just felt like I want that for you, but now's really not the best time because here I am taking care of we have a newborn, but I'm taking care of a newborn. I'm healing myself from delivering a child. I'm breastfeeding Asher. I'm homeschooling Noah. I'm working full time. You have been laid off, so I'm also carrying all the financial responsibility. And Jake joins the golf league.
Okay. I'm gonna fast forward you to, we heard some testimony in regards to a trip to Arizona.
Oh, she thought that was gonna hit harder than it did. Her lawyer was like, "Shut up, bitch." Yeah, me. Yeah, he joined a golf league. Good for him. Again, to get away from you. Exactly, Rebecca. And also, like, she's listed him drinking at a wedding and drinking on New Year's. Well, I think we all, even those of us who don't drink that much, imbibe once in a while at a wedding and on New Year's if we're not eating grapes. Crazy.
Do you recall a testimony in regards to Jake going to Arizona?
Yes.
Do you recall when that trip to Arizona was?
That happened in January, right before Asher's birthday of 2022.
Okay. In what year was Asher born?
I'm sorry, right before Sam was born.
Okay. So you were pregnant with Sam.
I was pregnant with Sam.
So what about this trip sticks out in your mind?
Well, first, Jake had mentioned that this was going to be a family trip. He had talked this trip up for months about that this was going to be a family vacation. And I was excited. I was looking forward to it because we didn't really take family vacations. I would take the boys, but Jake wasn't always part of those vacations. So I was excited that it was going to be this family vacation. It was not a family vacation, it was a one ticket family vacation for Jake. And I remember the boys were sick. I remember that I was pregnant. I remember Asher's birthday was, Jake was gone the week of the 20th. Asher's birthday is the 29th. And I remember having doctor's appointments and they were wanting to induce me. So they wanted me to deliver any day. Every time I went into the doctor's appointment, they actually wanted to admit me into the hospital. So I was due any day. And I remember thinking, like, you're going to be gone and we might have a baby.
Oh,
My
you would love that.
my
She would love
plan
that.
for the hospital plan, I had it planned out with my sister that if anything happened, you know, that Sarah would come over and help out with the boys. And if like I might be driving myself to the hospital, it just the fact that I was due any day and Jake. Yeah.
Now, were there any issues with him drinking while he was in Arizona that you were away from
You know,
him?
you were in
Yes,
Arizona.
actually told me that he didn't drink when he was in
I
Arizona,
bet he
but
did.
when he was in Arizona, I remember we talked on the phone when he got there. Because I remember him telling me about Arizona, how warm it was, how nice it was. And then he had went out to dinner that night with everybody. And then after that, I did not hear from Jake. Jake had come to find out when Jake finally got home, he had lost his phone. So I really did not hear from Jake pretty much that whole week.
Best trip
I
of his
believe
life.
that he had got like
Best trip of his life.
a phone that you could put minutes on. And so days went by and then I had finally heard from Jake and I'm like, what is going on? So, but, oh, and then come to find out, I believe it was in the paperwork for the mediation.
Oh,
No,
you
don't
can't talk about
mediation, okay?
mediation, dumbass.
Sorry, nope, you're okay. That's just confidential
Mhm.
and the judge isn't supposed to say that. Now, there's a period of time from, let's say Arizona in 2022 through April 2022, was there a period of time Jake wasn't drinking?
When he was
Did he
sleeping.
slow down? Or did he stop?
I don't think he had a mistress.
Chance,
We haven't heard of a mistress, and I guarantee that Megan and her snoopy sister, Sarah, allegedly, who fucking staked out the Walgreens one night when the kids were supposedly picking up a prescription, I guarantee they would have found out who's been touching Jake's willy. But I don't know. Her attorney's like, this is fucking terrible. At first, I was like, remember, we were like, why are they bringing all this up? I don't know that there is evidence that she drinks like this or that he drinks like this that bad. Also, I get it. I know somebody who almost missed the birth of their child. Yeah, whatever. I mean, don't go away far away, but she was fine with the trip until, oh, that's what she meant, a one ticket trip, as in like he was going on the trip by himself. Is that what she meant? A one ticket trip? I've been watching too much gambling. I was like, one ticketer? What? He put one ticket in the machine and then didn't need to put another one in the whole time? Terrible.
we probably had our, every month and a half discussion. And there might have been a couple days where I was given that hope of that he was gonna quit, but No, Jake never stopped.
Okay. Now, in the summer of 2022, were there issues in regards or communications? I'll say disagreements between you and Jake in regards to drinking as well.
Yes.
Can you tell me why?
So 2020, summer 2022 is when he had passed out on his mom's couch. That had happened that summer. I remember trying to hand Jake waters. I remember trying to, kind of drop hints like just trying to help him out. And, but no,
What?
nope, he was drunk. He passed out on his mom's couch. I remember being in the living room and I remember all of his family being there and I'm with the kids. And I just remember thinking like, this should not, like, the fact that no one else is concerned, like, this should not be normal. But it was normal. It was normal for them. And they said, like, Jake had been working all day. CN has 4th of July off.
Okay. Now, during the summer of 2022, but there are also times you would find him outside drinking?
Yes, yeah, it was common for him to be drinking, like, if he were mowing the lawn or just to be having a drink.
Okay.
Oh,
Now, you
what a fucking
indicated-
loser.
So then it-
Are you joking when he's out there mowing the lawn? Ma'am, we have heard of some fucking lackluster husbands around here. We really have. We have heard of a lot of them. Having a beer while you're mowing the lawn it's so hard for me to get on Team Megan here. And maybe we're going to be wrong. Maybe I'm going to be wrong. Let's just say if Megan and I work together, I would have to not interact with Megan very much because I would get in trouble. Because I would tell Megan straight to her face what she don't want to hear. Oh, God. Or maybe I'd fuck Jacob no, I wouldn't do that.
You guys separated in 2023. Did the drinking become an issue in 2023?
Yes.
What was happening in 2023?
Well, 2023, so that December, Jake had stopped helping out with any finances.
That'd be 2022.
Yes, but going
Okay.
into 2023.
Okay.
And 2023 was, I remember that spring, I just felt like, what more can I do? I remember I looked into this resource called Fair Play. I remember that's when I really started praying. I got the Love Dare book. I just felt like, what else can I do? I remember Jake wanted to go to Great Wolf Lodge that June,
Ooh,
which
we didn't have money for.
again, it was always difficult because it's great, but it's just like, how can we justify this when I just feel like everything else is falling apart, but then we're able to justify like putting our finances instead of towards like shut off notices, we're able to put them towards Great Wolf Lodge. We had went to Great Wolf Lodge and the kids were sick. I was up in the
Wait, you
room
went?
with
Bitch.
Asher and Sam. Jake was.
Hold on. What did she call that? Love Dare book? I gotta look that up. Also, it doesn't get to be his fault if you okayed it. That was a decision you made together. You don't get to blame him for your financial ruin and your financial shit when you went on the trip. That would be a perfect time to be like, I said we didn't go. We've had a huge fight about it and we didn't end up going. He went with the kids but again, that's not normal. Like, this is not what it is. Okay. Oh, it's a Christian book. It's a Christian book and it has 3.5 stars apparently. Also, and what is being shut off? I'm being really honest. If they're getting paid bi-weekly and they're each making decent money. Why aren't the bills coming out first? Right? I know she's literally complaining about him mowing the lawn and going on a vacation. Um, oh, that sounds good, Tracy. See, that sounds good.
Is, Jake was down by the pool drinking. I remember because I remember smelling it on his breath. I remember asking like, how many drinks have you had? And he had told me that he had had 5 mixed drinks. And I remember thinking like, and he had told me we're on vacation.
Do you recall an incident with him in the car with you and the kids going, in spring of 2023?
Yes.
What happened?
Spring of 2023, we were going to Waddles Park and Jake was drinking in the car. And I remember, we were, going, so it would have been east on Columbia, and I believe it's Main Street, that intersection, there's that car dealership on your right. And I remember being there and, I remember saying to Jake, like, he just made it sound like it wasn't a big deal. And I remember saying to him, Jake, you are literally at the point of justifying drinking with your family in the car.
Bitch,
I wanted to drive, but he said he was not drunk. It was
bitch,
not.
bitch, please. Bitch, please. Okay? I'll tell you why. Because as a 15-year-old kid without a driver's license, I remember calling out my boyfriend's dad for wanting to drink and drive. And as a 14-year-old girl, I won. Okay? I won. You're a shit mama bear if you let your kids get in the car with the guy you know is drunk and you drove and then just were like, well, I tried to drive, but he wouldn't let me. I'm sorry. Do you know what kind of fucking fit I could throw about that? Like, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Like, you can't know that he's drunk and then get in the car and then blame him for that. You are being terrible right now. And she thinks these are wins, Gecko. She thinks these are wins. This is crazy. Oh, bet you can hear that too.
A big deal. And
Also, that summer of 2023 hit, were there issues with, have your children ever come across or found alcohol in Jake's car?
yes, summer of 2023, we were getting ready to go to my aunt and uncle's for a 4th of July get together. And before we went down to Three Rivers, we stopped at Starbucks and Jake had went inside, and I was sitting in the front seat and Asher asked me, what is this? And so I didn't recognize it first, but what it was a like a chew tobacco pouch, a used chew tobacco pouch. And I
Loud, I know. I was wishfully thinking they had. And then uh joke's on me. 5 hours today they spent doing this. And my jury duty got canceled. I'm sorry for my bad behaviors. Also, what what is she talking about? It's not illegal to chew tobacco. It's not even illegal to leave that in your car. This is really strange. Really, really strange. Also, the judge is left-handed, we've noticed. Or he at least is playing Wordle and Farmville with his left hand. Again, these are like so minor compared to certain things we've heard in court before, and the amount of time that's being wasted here. Just fucking wasted. Not just our time, Tanya. Not just our time, but everybody's time. And they weren't together that long, were they now? I think 2018 or 2019 till now, maybe 5 years. So, you know. Obviously they had sex because she got pregnant a couple times.
I was surprised because I did not know that Jake chewed. And so I asked Asher where he got that, and he had pointed in the back seat, and there was also a little bottle of Fireball. And he
no.
got back in the car, and I brought it to his attention. He was very defensive. He was very, very stern with his words. He was, I just remember saying, like, I didn't know you chewed. And his response to me was that he would do a better job at hiding those things.
Okay. Can you pull our exhibit E for me?
Okay.
And did you, there's several photos in here. We're not gonna look at the text messages, but there's several photos. Did you take these photos?
Yes.
Okay, and they're also included in the text messages in exhibit H, is that correct? Some of them?
Yes.
Okay.
How did
Now,
I-
what's on the first one, is that Jake in a tube?
Yes.
Who's with him?
Noah.
Okay, and what's important about that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I thought for 1 second what she was gonna say something else. I was a little worried about where these pictures were going. But I think she means an inner tube. I thought she was gonna say like tube top or something. Yeah, this is still direct examination. This is the best we're gonna see of Megan. She's gonna clam right up.
Sure.
I took this picture just because Jake was doing something with Noah, to try and capture a memory, but Jake is drinking in this picture. Even while tubing, he has a drink in his hand.
Okay. And what's the next picture?
This picture of Jake holding a Truly, tubing.
What's the next one? Sorry.
The next one is Jake holding a can of beer, can of alcohol.
Okay. And where was that picture taken?
This picture is at my aunt's pole barn.
Okay. And the next picture?
The next picture, this is at a restaurant. Oh gosh, what's that called? This is at a restaurant right off Beckley Road. It's like a hibachi grill. I can't think of the name of it right now, but that is Jake. Saki.
Okay, you guys. Okay. Oh, the cross-examination question about this is fucking hilarious. I listened to it earlier. It was part of the part I listened to. I didn't understand what was going on because here they don't tend to squirt sake in your mouth at hibachi, but they do like throw shrimp into your mouth at like hibachi grills. But yeah, let's just remember this part because it comes up later.
Before like sake in your mouth, and it was embarrassing how long he would do that for, because they like clap, and so it gets everyone's attention in the restaurant. So for about 5 minutes, we just have everyone staring at us while Jake is
5
getting
minutes.
this.
And what's the next photo?
Sure, us at Blackbrook. Jake said that every time that we went out, that I would drink and that I usually would drink more. No, I'm not drinking. I'm actually pregnant in this picture.
Oh.
Jake is drinking.
You're
What's the
pregnant.
next picture?
That's a picture of, um, that's a picture.
You okay? Okay.
That's a picture of Jake in my kitchen and,
My
just middle of the day having a beer.
lady, are you fucking kidding? This is how big was a bottle of sake for 5 minutes? Who could do it for 5 minutes? Such a joke, right? Also, why are you crying about photos of your kitchen with him in it drinking? This is so fucking weird. I need to light a joint. I'm actually getting a little bit pissed off here. I'm not exactly, this is really bothering me. And I don't have anything to drink.
So what are the next ones? Not the text messages, but what's the next picture?
The next picture is a picture of his golf bags. You can see in both of them, there's cans in the bottom.
And what are those cans of?
I believe it looks like the one is a natural light can. It looks like they're beer cans.
Natural light.
And did you put those beer cans in those bags?
No,
Okay, now flip, so go a little bit further, don't go through the text messages, because those weren't stipulated to. Did you get to the picture? Yes, can you explain to me what that one is? It's labeled E8.
this is a picture of the boat parade that Jake and his family talked about. Jake is drunk in this picture. This is right before he had went up and passed out in his parents' condo.
So that was the summer of 2022.
Yes.
Okay, what is E9?
This is the picture of Noah's bathroom, when he had puked in Noah's bathroom, all over the wall,
You took a
all over
picture.
the.
Ma'am,
What's E10?
also, I'd like to point this out. If my honey, my lovey, gets sick, I clean it up. Somebody's like sick, even if they're drunk from you don't leave them alone. Like her testimony is that when she saw puke in the bathroom, she took the child that was there sleeping with her and left and went down to the bathroom and then took a picture of the puke. Like, what? You clean it up. You don't wait till the next morning and be like, why didn't you clean up that vomit? Well, because you were fucking so drunk you were vomiting. I know it's natty light, Tracy, but they call it natural light around here. This is gosh. I really hope the lawyers got a retainer for this, because with the sounds of their money management, I don't know if either of them are getting paid.
These are the drug tests that I had found.
Drug tests.
And there's also the fireball bottles.
Okay. And the next page is more of the golf bag,
Yes,
just a different angle.
yes,
Is that the same day as the first picture though?
yes.
Okay. And
Two
the
angles.
next page has more golf bags, but what's the bottom picture?
Yep, the bottom is of a dark horse, a case of beer, and also a bottle of Bacardi.
And whose stuff is that?
That is all Jake's.
Okay, so what's the purpose of this picture?
The purpose of this picture is because Jake said that he was coming to get all of his items, and So I just wanted to make sure that he got all of his items. He couldn't have said that I didn't give him his golf bag or didn't give him anything.
Okay. What's the next picture?
Next picture is,
And let me stop you. Are these accurate reflections of what it looked like when you took these pictures?
yes, if
Okay.
you were to open up the cabinet or open up the drawer, this is what it would look like. So under the cabinet, there are a lot of med bottles, and then there's in the back a drug testing kit.
Okay, is that your drug testing kit?
No,
Okay. Whose cabinet was that?
that was Jake's side of the bathroom.
Okay, and what was the bottom?
This is a drawer, pulling out the drawer, and that's Jake's drawer.
Okay.
And I actually didn't know what that black thing was, but, I believe that that's a vape pen.
Ooh, a vape pen.
Okay, next picture, it's drug testing again, but what's the relevance of it?
This is actually in the downstairs. This had caught my eye when I was in the bathroom, and
Hold on, Megan. Oh, Mama T, you got that right. You got that right. All of these pictures were taken for litigation. I find it disingenuous for her to even pretend like they weren't. Like, just say they're for this. I'm waiting for her to be like, and this is the sex toys that he wanted me to play with, but I wouldn't do that because I'm a virgin.
it is a drug testing kit on top of the cabinet.
Now, the rest of the pictures are the same of alcohol and Jake mixed in with Jake's stuff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna have you move to exhibit F for me that's been admitted. And we're not gonna go through every picture,
Thank you, Jesus.
but what was the purpose of exhibit F?
To fuck Jake.
Yeah, just look through all of them and tell me kind of what the purpose of exhibit F is. Like, why do you take these pictures and what are they?
The purpose of exhibit F is just to show that this is how things work. If you opened up the cabinet, if you opened up the drawer, if you went into a room, this is how you would see Jake's items.
So
Yeah. Kind of two purposes, just to show like these are all of your items, and also to show like I'm not trying to keep anything. This is all for you to have.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that you had some concerns about weapons that Jake has. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what kind of weapons does he have? Like guns, knives,
Yes.
what kind of weapons they are?
Jake has firearms. He has he has handguns, he has pistols,
pew
he
pews,
has
pew pews, pew
a
pews,
long rifle.
pew pews. Fucking me up
He
later.
has a crossbow.
He sounds like fun.
Now, in regards to these guns, can you look at my exhibit G, which is like G1, starts with G1
Like a G6. Like a
or
G6.
G16.
Okay.
Can you look at those pages for me?
I did, man.
And while you're looking at those pages, do you have concerns about how Jake stores his guns?
Yes, because
I prefer them in my butt.
they were not locked up. There would be ammunition in them, ammunition right next to them. Didn't secure his firearms.
Okay. And
Sucker.
these are just pictures of his firearms.
Here's one of his crossbows.
Subsequent securing of firearms.
Now, you testified, you can shut that. Um, the last thing in regards to Jake and his drinking, were there issues in April of 2023 in regards to his drinking? Or is that when you have already testified that you found your fair play? Like,
April 2023 was, yeah, there were issues with his drinking and just, like I said, I felt like there was nothing, I felt like I had done everything, issues with his drinking, and there was actually an incident, if I could go back to, it would have been like around spring of 21, where Jake had been drinking. I again just remember feeling like, I remember he came home, I'm taking care of the kids, and I just remember again feeling like, Jake, like you're just gonna go, you're not gonna help out with the kids. And he said, I can help out with the kids. And uh, so he was like, let me take Asher. And Asher was sleeping. And I said, and Asher had a dirty diaper. And he took Asher into Asher's room. And I said, well, he needs a diaper change. He took him into his room. He turned Asher's camera around in his bedroom. Time had went by and I had heard a thud. Asher fell off the bed. I went downstairs, picked up Asher off of the floor. Jake was in his bed sleeping, and I was so upset because Asher still was in the same soiled diaper.
now, how would you describe Jake's tolerance for parenting the two boys?
Very short temper. Very short temper. I never really could understand it because he'd be gone all day, and then when he would come home, he would just walk in. It wouldn't be uncommon to even not even acknowledge us, to go into the restroom,
Oh, yeah, to
and
piss.
be on his phone for a length of time, go into another room, be on his phone, just being away from us.
You.
I just felt like the boys and I always had to be like on best behavior. They had to be like sitting and quiet. He just couldn't handle it. It was just too much, very short temper.
What would happen if it became too much? How would he react?
He would leave. He would leave. He'd go into another room. He would pick up shifts.
Hello, Pauline. Mr. Pauline.
It would just be me and the boys.
Now, we talked a little bit last time in regards to the kids' activities, and we talked about soccer, and we talked about tennis, and we talked about the involvement in that. Since we were in court last, is Asher still playing soccer?
Asher is in soccer.
Do you take him to soccer?
I do. When I have Asher, I will take him to soccer. There was a time where my niece had her confirmation, so Asher did not go to soccer. He went to Ireland's confirmation. But even though I did not agree to doing Waddles Park soccer, I thought if Jake wants to incorporate soccer, then that is just fine. How about we start off with Kingdom Soccer program he's done before. Jake said he wanted that bonding time. That's literally one-on-one time with Asher. You would be seeing him every weekend. But even though I did not agree to Waddles Park soccer, I've still tried to encourage that for Asher, even though he is adamant he does not want to play. He requires that I go out on the field with him. He'll ask me.
You can't tell me what they
Sorry.
say. You're fine.
But he requires that I go out on the field with him, not only go out on the field with him, but I have to hold his hand. Last Saturday, for example, I'm on the field holding Asher's hand, and the ball comes by, and I'm encouraging him to go get the ball. And he did, but when he did, our hands, we weren't holding hands anymore. And I thought, I was thinking, okay, this might be my chance where I can, take a couple steps back and Asher's on the field. No, that was a big mistake. Asher turned around, he's looking for me, he sees that I'm not right next to him and he starts crying. I calm him down but we did get back out on the field, together, hand in hand, and just want to say that I think this is a very significant, I think that there's a lot of significance in this because Jake is on the field, Jake is the coach, but Asher does not find comfort in Jake. And also that Saturday, 3 weeks prior.
Okay, slow down. So that was what just happened.
Mhm.
Now, did you, and I'm breaking down the issues, did you try to contact Jake or talk to Jake after the fact as to what was transpiring on the field with Asher? With you having to be there?
Yes.
How does Jake respond when you bring up your concerns in regards to how Asher's acting on the field?
Completely doesn't acknowledge them. I'm trying to remember like some of the things he has said in our family wizard.
I want to know what she wants. I want to know what she wants. Ma'am, will recall that I told the story about my ex-husband not wanting to coach my daughter's soccer, me recognizing, hey, that was your dream, Paisley, not his. And so guess who coached soccer? I did. Because that was my dream and that was it. And I'll tell you something, if one of the 4-year-olds or the 5-year-olds would have had their mom out there with them holding their hand, it wouldn't have happened that long. So I have a funny feeling since that mom's getting is in is it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh God, she's making herself look terrible. She's putting us, dragging all of us through the mud with her. Megan, thank you. Not.
He just doesn't acknowledge that I have been and I am the primary caregiver, and Jake does not want to acknowledge that that's how the boys see me, and he doesn't want to acknowledge that when the boys are kept away from being able to know that mom is there, that causes issues, that makes them feel insecure. They want to know that I'm there. They want to know that mom is there and that mom's at least available.
Listen,
So
Megan, I hate to tell you this, and this is gonna sound terrible, but if you died today, knock on wood, that doesn't happen. Those children would live. They would live. They would. They would function. They would manage, and they would live. You are just not as critical as you think. These are you problems. Damn, do I wish we had Dr. Phil, team trainer, here tonight. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, yesterday we watched a custody case with a lawyer who was a team trainer for Dr. Phil. Humble brag there. But this is just her lawyer. I don't know what they did, if they're friends or what. Hi, Courtney. Don't go back. I wouldn't recommend going back. I don't know. Megan's been bitching the whole fucking time. I know. How does she manage all these umbilical cords, right?
when you said he doesn't acknowledge the concerns, does he say anything that it's your responsibility? Is it something you're making up? What is, I mean, why do you mean he doesn't validate those concerns of yours?
Yeah, so he
I bet you can't. You don't know where to start this. This is
Jake will say that these things don't happen at his house, but things like Asher not being potty trained, that's something that also happens at your house. These things do happen. Jake just might not make the connection that that's what it is. Like if it's not like spelled out for him, he's not picking up on these signs that the kids are displaying. Like when it's time to leave for soccer, the kids want to go with me.
So then you're going to a new subject. When the kids want to leave for soccer, you mean leave after the soccer practice or after the soccer game? Or you got to tell me, or is it when they're going to the soccer game? You got to tell me what you're talking about.
So if I could just start from the beginning, when they get to soccer, and if I am not the one to take them, if Jake takes them, they want to be with me. When they're not being
How do you
restricted
know?
from being able
Why are
to
you
rush
there?
to me, they
How do you know? Why are you there? Oh, this is fucking bothering me. Yeah, who is she looking at? Megan, we're over here. Oh my god.
want they want to run to me and be with me. During soccer, like I mentioned, they're wanting to be on my lap, but if Asher does go out on the field, he's wanting me to be with him and he's wanting me to hold his hand. After soccer, they're wanting to go with me. They're wanting me to, but they're wanting me to, if Jake has them, they want me to walk with them to Jake's car. They want me to buckle them in.
Do you do that?
Yes, when Jake lets me, then yes, I try and make those things easier on the boys.
Are there times Jake doesn't let you?
Yes, Jake will, like for example, where Asher's Field is, there's two parking lots. There's one that's close to Asher's Field and there's one that's far away from Asher's Field. So like one time when I did walk them to Jake's car and I did that, then the next time what Jake did was he parked on the field far away. And so then the next soccer, the boy, Asher wants me to walk with him. They want me to buckle him in. And Jake says, well, we're parked in the other parking lot. And in my head, I'm thinking like, it's just a game, but I'm like, okay, well, let's walk. So we walk to the parking lot far away. And I walk with them, get them buckled in the car. Yeah, during practice, if like if Sam needs a diaper change, I'm the one still taking care of Samuel. There's porta potties, so Asher has said.
So don't tell me what Asher said.
These kids
he
are
doesn't need to go to the bathroom.
under
and,
6 years
so I'll
old.
try taking him to the restroom using the porta potty.
Now, you said something about potty training, and last time you were here, you said that, and we've heard conversations that Asher's not potty trained yet. Is that correct?
Yes. Hold on. Yes.
So you said fully. Have there been any milestones recently that have happened?
Yes. Asher has went to the restroom on his own 3 different times, which means that he willingly by himself has went into the restroom and went potty. The difference that this is usually he wants me in there with him. I'm like sitting next to him. He wants me like holding his hand. So the fact that he did that on his own.
When did he do that?
The week before, just last week when I had voice.
Okay. Is there anything that you realized that there was something that was going on? Why all of a sudden? 3 weeks in a row, Jacob, in behaviors of the children?
Night where I was able to put Asher in his bed by himself and go to sleep. School drop-offs were smoother. There were 3 days in a row without any tears. Um, uh, the boys were able to play. I remember being in the living room. I was able to
I'm
check
here.
and respond to emails, and I didn't have, Asher right next to me and Sam wanting to be on top of me or nursing. They were able to, Noah, Asher, and Sam, they were all playing in each other's room. He stayed dry at school, all except one day.
Did the video freeze? Or just me? My chair was probably just sitting here alone, but I was listening. I didn't hear it freeze. Hopefully it didn't. Hopefully it continues.
So those are huge. Those are huge milestones.
Is it working now though?
Now, have you tried to communicate any of those with Jake?
Yes, I've tried to say my concerns. But Jake tells me that Jake says that I'm making things up. He says I'm making things up.
Is that something that routinely is something that you do in your relationship?
Yeah, oh yeah, denial was huge.
It's a river.
That things might be happening, but he would deny that they're happening. Or just that my efforts are, heavy criticism, that my efforts are very minimized. Yeah, that was,
Her efforts are minimized, Christopher Engelby, but your efforts are not. I love thee, Christopher Engelby. Woo! Thank you so much. Making sure that works. It does. I did walk away for a mere moment, and of course everything fucked up. But now we're back in business. This is just crazy. Do you think that, like, MB, as a lawyer, do you think that the lawyer down there really thinks she has a case? Or do you think she's just like milking this for her, like she's deluded or allowed this woman to be delusional? Like, I guess you can always find a lawyer that will sort of tell you what you want to hear most of the time, but I don't know. It feels so weird to me that her lawyer wouldn't have been like, listen, you're gonna need to fucking rein this in. Maybe she did. Maybe this is the best they've got. Maybe they worked hard on it, Paisley. Maybe this is months of work. I don't know.
Now, we heard from Asher's teacher where he goes preschool in spring or summer break has started. Is that correct?
yes,
The order.
yes,
Is Asher still in preschool all summer?
yes.
And how many days a week is he going this summer?
5 days a week.
Okay. And is it daycare or is it preschool where they're actually teaching them?
It is preschool.
Preschool.
Our world has a daycare,
Our
but they
world has
also
many.
have a preschool, and Asher is in preschool.
And to your knowledge, have you asked Jake to take the child during his parenting time?
I have.
And what's his response?
He will not.
Okay. Now, you guys are ordered to communicate now via our family wizard, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how is that communication going?
Very poorly.
Are you and Jake able to agree on things regarding the boys recently? Or agree on things?
I'm trying to think of one thing that we have agreed on, and I can't, no, we are not able to agree.
Prior to him filing for custody, who was making decisions like medical decisions and major decisions regarding the boys?
I was.
And did you ever get the impression that Jake wasn't happy with the way you were doing that?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And recently there's been some dispute in regards to a midweek visit.
Yes.
Tell me what's going on with that.
So last week when I had the boys, Jake had the opportunity for a midweek visit. He did not take advantage of that. So consequently, he won't let me have a midweek visit. And, any possibility of the boys having any possibility of being able to see me, Jake and his family will make sure that that will not happen. Jake canceled practice last night, due to unforeseen circumstances. When I asked him about it, he just said practice is canceled. It, yeah,
Do you think
5
it's important
hours.
that the kids see you frequently?
Of
I,
course.
yes, I think that it is important
Every minute.
that the kids know that their primary caregiver is always there and always available, not breaking that relationship.
Now, I was just asking about communication and the wizard, and we had some. Did you find it interesting that Jake started questioning your ability to make decisions regarding the children or medical decisions regarding the children, such as like the Miralax incident?
Yes,
Why?
because it was something we went from just a situation where I handled everything. Jake didn't even know what was going on half the time, to now I'm trying to give him that information. And
And he
but
cares.
all the information he wants to, he wants to counter all the information. He wants to question.
He wants to participate.
To not
It's
not
ridiculous.
do the same things.
The Miralax.
Do you find that it's causing difficulty for the two of you to be able to communicate?
Yes. Not only difficulty to communicate, but Asher requires that consistency with certain medications for his treatment.
His Miralax
Do you
treatment.
find yourself to be in good mental health?
Yes.
During your relationship with Jake, did you feel that your mental health was
Wait, did she say
the
yes?
same as it is now?
It,
She did. Girl.
yes, but it was difficult because I felt very,
Fucked
I
up.
felt very taken advantage of when Jake and I were together. I had mentioned to Jake that I felt like we were neglected. I felt like even though I was supposed to have this partner, my fiance, I felt like I was the only one doing it. It felt very like I was isolated in the relationship.
How's your physical health now?
Good?
Anything that impairs your ability to care for these boys?
No.
With your relationship with the boys, are you teaching them respect and, I'll say morals?
Yeah, absolutely. I take it
don't
upon myself in
care.
the summer. There's
don't
these
care.
books called Brain Quest, and so this is Asher's first year on getting his activity book, so we work on that together.
Brain Quest books from fucking Costco, bitch. Really? I'm sorry. But fuck off. Buying Brain Quest books at Costco. Seriously, I'm pretty sure you can get those at Costco. No shade on Costco, but what the fuck's going on here? If everything was so terrible before, why is it's all just perfect now that he's gone? So basically, you just want him to leave so that you can just get on with being perfect. It's terrible. They're not going to like it.
Together. There's a program called Abeka that I work on with the boys, but yes, yep.
Okay. Do you have concerns with Jake's ability to,
Yeah,
Jake's moral fitness?
of
I should
course.
say?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's your concerns with that?
Everything.
It's because, kids learn by an example, and I don't believe that Jake is a good example. He might, it has to be more than just words. You have to You have to demonstrate by example, you have to engage, you have to have conversations. You have to be there.
Now, I'm gonna go back to the school, the preschool issue real quick. You indicated that Jake's not taking them on their time, his time during the week, correct?
Correct.
Are there activities that are also available for parents and the children, that can be attending to?
Yes, our world does fun activities throughout the year. So, for example, during Mother's Day, they did muffins with mom. During Father's Day, they're going to do donuts with dad. But yes, there are activities. This week, for example, at school, they were going to make it fun with their recess time and do water play. So that was the theme for this week. Last week was farming. But yeah, there's fun.
You said donuts for dad. Is Jake going to that at the school?
Jake is going to that.
Okay. Now, I just want to talk briefly in regards to the school, because we covered this a little bit last time. You want them to go to the Catholic schools, is that correct?
Oh, fuck.
If Jake is not going to take them to catechism on Sundays, then yes, I would like them to be in Catholic schools so that they can receive catechism.
Okay. What
Why
about
don't
their
you take 'em?
education going forward?
So that's why like St. Joe would be my first choice, but if Jake is willing to continue raising them in their Catholic faith, then I am agreeable to public schools, but my first choice would be Penfield. And Jake and I had this talk because he was part of the picture when Noah started school. And so we had actually had that talk, and we had talked about how it's nothing against Lakeview, but Lakeview is a very large school, and we both liked Penfield, and that's why Noah goes to Penfield. We like the structure, we like the size of the school. His family goes to Penfield, so there's a community that's already established in
Oh, what was that
Penfield.
other kid's name?
Now, you just mentioned Noah, and there's been some discussion that Noah's, not Jake's child, is that correct?
Correct.
And
Because you're a
there's been some
slut.
concerns raised in regards to Noah's behavior. Does Noah have behavioral problems?
Not anything abnormal for a 10-year-old.
Okay. How about during the relationship when he was 7 or 8? Did he have any behavioral issues that were abnormal?
No, he just wanted Jake's attention.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
I have like 3 more questions for you, and then we'll be done.
No
Do
way.
you feel at this point you and Jake have the ability to co-parent?
No.
Why?
Jake and I were never co-parents before, and
Oh,
now we are
wrong
in a
answer.
situation where we are required to co-parent, and I very much believe that we need the tools in order to do that successfully. No, I don't. Right now, this is not co-parenting.
What do you mean this isn't co-parenting?
That's
This is not
true,
co-parenting.
Leslie.
This is taking the foundation that has been started and doing the complete opposite. This is not looking at the best interest of the children, but doing, in my opinion,
The opposite.
just trying to get back at Meg, just trying to be difficult and get revenge.
Oh, Meg.
This is not co-parenting.
Life
This
is not all about
putting
you, Meg.
ourselves aside and looking at what's best for the kids.
Last
Yeah.
question. Last question, Leslie. Leslie.
What are you asking the sport for?
Well, for
Yeah. What is it,
the
Meg?
co-parenting, if that could please be ordered so that we can at least have the tool to be able to try and co-parent, because like I said, it's something that's never been done before.
You mean co-parenting counseling?
Co-parenting counseling.
Okay.
Um,
What about regarding legal decisions?
I want to be in
I
charge of
am
everything.
requesting for sole legal. I am requesting for sole legal custody.
Why?
And that's because you guys haven't been able to agree on anything since.
Correct.
What about parenting time between you and Jake?
For parenting time, I have seen the difference in the boys when they come back after overnights versus when the boys come back on Wednesday night.
Ma'am, I'm just going to tell you something right now. This is not the judge to do this in front of. We make jokes about the judge doing Sudoku or playing Farmville, but in fact, the judge is taking notes. He's paying incredible attention. I know that because when he does his rulings, he reiterates everything that we heard. And so I know that he's paying attention. And I think that he's going to see right through this. The presumption in cases like this is that there will be joint managing conservatorship, always. In order to overcome that presumption, you have to show that it's not in the children's best interest. He's not a danger at this point. She hasn't proven it to me. None of her witnesses did. And yeah, he's writing his long ass opinion. That's exactly right, MB. That's what he's doing. But the reality here is that I trust him. I think she's going to be very disappointed in this. I don't think he'll sway the other way like we might want him to, and sort of teach her a lesson. I think he'll go with what is probably legally required and the best decision, which would probably be a 50-50 split, or at least JMC, joint managing conservatorship. I think there are seriously cases we've seen where they put JMC in place and the parenting has been subpar. Okay, these people have relationship problems, and we will not hear the outcome tonight because this part has another 2 hours and 10 minutes, and then the other part has an hour and 47 minutes, so we can't watch it all tonight. We'll watch it tomorrow too, but we'll keep going. I want to get a little bit of McNiff in here. I want to get Megan sweating a little bit. I'm gonna put a burger on in a minute. Like, we're here for the long haul. Literally, I'm gonna go light the barbecue in a minute, put a burger on, make that for my dinner, and yeah, let's keep going.
And it
Oh,
is
also
very different.
remember, shut up, Megan. Reminder, he works for the railroad and they test all the time. So, just another reminder there. We'll trust him with like millions of pounds of equipment, but not children. And there's like many more hours.
And I am asking for limited overnights. I am also asking for extended family to not be caregivers, that Jake and I, as mom and dad, that we are the caregivers.
What about
I'm
Sarah?
asking for, if one of us are not with the children, that opportunity is given to the other parent. If I'm not with the kids for whatever reason, that opportunity is given to Jake. If Jake is not with the boys for whatever reason, then that opportunity is for me. That the kids know that we are there. A 4 and a 2-year-old going 7 to 9 days without seeing their mother is way too long. I am their complete comfort. Like, I know that Samuel is still nursing, but that's where he finds comfort.
I am their complete comfort.
He's completely taken away from that. Just knowing that, being able to have a midweek visit, being able to communicate with them.
Hang on, you're talking about summer now, right?
Just in general, yeah, but yes, for summer, co-parenting counseling, limited overnights, extended family, not being caregivers.
So I want to break down this limited overnight. So you're looking at year round, limiting dad's parent time overnight year round.
Yes.
So at their ages, you're asking that the court don't do week on, week off in the summer.
No.
You're not asking that, or you are asking?
No, I'm absolutely asking that it is not week on, week off.
In the summer.
In the summer.
And during the school year, are you okay with every other weekend, or do you think it should be something less than that?
I do think that it should be something less than that, but I do think that it should be something less than that.
You're a cunt.
I have no further questions, Your Honor, at this time for her.
Well, I'm gonna give the halftime report right now from Paisley's perspective. That sounds like a good segment. Maybe I should make graphics. Paisley's perspective. You should look to the side in shame, Megan, because that's what you should feel at this point. I'm disappointed in you, and I think that your kids are going to be disappointed in you one day too. They might come across this. I'm speaking now directly to you, Megan, because I've had other people that we've featured on the channel email me, begging me, in other words, to take down their case, to not put their personal business out there because of the impact it may have on their children. I didn't take it down for her, and I'm not going to take it down for you. The only chance you have here is to change your behavior. This is just terrible. He's a dad that wants to be involved. To say that you don't want extended family taking care of the kid, your extended family takes care of your kids all the time. Your sister and your dad, we talked about it. I know your sister's name. It's Sarah. So again, girl, you're living in a delusional world. I guess we listen to these cases all the time. I'm listening to people hurt children. I'm listening to people really severely impact them with crime and with neglect. And you're pissed off because, like, she's affronted at the thought of having week on, week off. Lady, I think you might. I know, I don't think it's going to happen, but could you imagine if the judge flipped the other way and said, you know what? In fact, we're just going to give him primary and you standard possession? She'd freak out. It's actually at a dangerous level here. I wonder how her other child feels. I wonder if she fights for him the same. I don't know why she has him, but do you know what I mean? Like, be interesting to see her parents, like, or to see how that one kid feels. Anyways, I'm gonna go light the barbecue. I'm gonna hit play. I'll be right back.
You have questions? Ms. Wenzel, since January 2024, have you received any raises for your job?
Oh, good question.
Since January
Of the year?
2024.
Yes, but I'm a liar.
I don't believe so.
Sounds like a lie.
And I'm just asking because the pay stub that was submitted was for January. So if anything, has anything changed since that pay stub was submitted?
I don't believe so.
And do you have all 3 children covered on your insurance or just Noah?
All 3.
Now, on direct, you had indicated that things had changed in 2020, that Jake became more distant. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Now, you were working fully remote at that point in 2020?
Not until towards the a portion of 2020. Yes.
So
I believe it
after,
started like that later in 2020.
so in March, when everything kind of shut down in 2020, did you go remote?
So this is what I'm talking about.
Eventually.
You guys, she is going to very annoyingly repeat every fucking question under her breath. While like waiting, while listening or figuring out her answer. It's so annoying.
No, not right away in 2020 was I remote. After maternity leave, I went back on used my leave so that I could transition back into work. So I was going in part-time, and then, after that, then I believe I had started working remote.
And Noah's school at some point went remote, correct, because of COVID?
Correct.
And that would have been in 2020.
Correct.
And so you were kind of homeschooling Noah,
Yes,
and through that time, Jake was still working outside the home.
he had just started going back to work.
Okay, so COVID hits, you're going remote, Noah's remote, you're homeschooling, and Jake is working outside the home.
Yes,
Was there some resentment that Jake was able to get out of the house and you were at home, stuck at home, working remotely and helping Noah?
no resentment.
At some point, did you ask Jake to
Terrible
change his
liar.
name to Wenzel? After you got married?
We had a discussion about when we were planning on getting married about last names.
Okay, and did that cause any conflict? You asking him to change his name to your name?
No, he was a great,
What? That is so interesting to me. I find that so interesting. What is his last name? That's so interesting. So do the children have her last name? And again, I'm the type of I don't really care whose name is whose. I just find it interesting that uh she would even ask that before they planned a wedding date. Oh man.
people do, changing his last name.
He was. Look at her face. She's smiling at that.
Now, you indicated that Jake purchased a car seat for Noah when you were together, correct?
Correct.
And why did he do that?
Why did he do that?
Correct.
My perception of why he did that was because we were going to South Haven, and, for Noah to be able to, Noah would need a seat so that he could drive, so we didn't have to take my car.
So you would agree that at that point he was pretty safety conscious.
That was literally like our first date. So I would not, that was one of my first, and I would not, that was like our first date. I had just met Jake.
She
Okay. And yet you complained that he didn't have the car seat ready when you left the hospital with Asher, correct?
Yeah, the
did.
one thing that I had asked Jake to do. Yes,
And that doesn't seem really consistent, does it? On the first date, he gets a car seat for Noah, and yet he doesn't have a car seat ready for Asher when he's a newborn.
right. You would think that that would be something that he would want to do, help out with, bringing home a newborn.
In a past job, did you had special permission to work at home when you had migraine headaches? Is that correct?
I have special permission.
Did you have some accommodation to deal with your migraines?
Yes.
No, by this time, everyone was working remotely from home.
Oh.
Before that,
No, I was in the office.
based on your response to our motion for temporary custody, is it fair to say that you have the following complaints about Jake? Number one, that he refused to contribute as an equal partner. You've said that today even, correct?
Correct?
And that's more than just financially,
Correct?
okay? And you think that he's refused to co-parent,
I don't think he has.
okay? And when you say that, do you mean that he didn't take care of the kids, or that you can't agree on issues?
Both. I mean, even just co-parenting counseling, he did finally agree to it, but he's still not set up an appointment to do co-parenting counseling, both.
Right, and you've set up an appointment?
I'm willing to. I already see Margie. So yes, whenever that wants to start, I'm more than agreeable to doing that.
Okay. And your other complaints are that he drank too much,
Yes,
and you've alleged that he was emotionally and psychologically abusive,
yes,
and you've alleged that he didn't keep the house neat and clean.
that he didn't keep the house neat and clean.
Yeah,
Correct.
you bitched about that for a while last time.
That was never an expectation. I would have
What?
just appreciated if he could clean up after himself. If he could just take care of himself.
Now, you've made no allegations that Jake has been emotionally abusive to the children, correct?
No, there have been, the children have, no, not correct.
Oh, girl.
Okay, so you have made allegations that he's been emotionally abusive to the children?
Look at Leslie, give her
Yes.
the signal.
Okay. How often do you check our family wizard?
Frequently, if not daily.
So on a regular basis, you check it daily?
Sure, yes.
She's so hostile.
Now, would it be accurate to say that you've never been inside Jake's house?
I've never been inside of Jake's new house, no.
Okay, so you don't know if that house is neat and clean.
No,
And when Jake returns to the children to you after he's had them for a weekend, what condition are they in physically? Are they clean? Are they bathed?
after a weekend,
Correct.
they are exhausted, they are emotional, they are usually tearful, they are by my side,
Ma'am,
clinging to me.
Are are they hungry?
They usually are. They're usually wanting something to eat. Coming back from a weekend, no, they're usually not bathed.
Do you have any concerns that he hasn't bathed them for the entire weekend, or he just doesn't bathe them before he returns them?
Do I have any concerns that he doesn't bathe them for the entire weekend? Sure.
she's forgetting
How do I
the.
explain it?
You don't. You say yes or
Just
no.
like when they come back hungry, it's something that I know I'm going to do. I know I'm going to feed them. I know I'm going to give them a bath if they need to have a bath.
So you believe
So
he doesn't give them a bath at all on his weekends?
not on his weekends. Sometimes on Wednesday nights, I'll give them a bath.
Why would he do
but
that?
No, you can tell when they come back, they've had a bath or not.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. You just conceded that he bathes them on Wednesday evenings on the short visit, but he doesn't the whole time that he has them for the weekends? That doesn't jive. Either he doesn't bathe them ever, or she's just trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, because this is she's doing such a terrible job of making him look bad. Yeah, none of this did come out in her direct. Lisa's the one asking the questions, Courtney. I'll just be honest. We have another 2 + 3 hours of Lisa cross-examining. Let's just say I think all of us are a little more prepared for 4 and 5 hour court sessions, much more than Miss Megan is. Yeah, and remember, her lawyer and her are in the same room. That's why when Megan is talking, Leslie's box is lighting up down there. Take that how you might. I'm gonna go get the burger, put it on the barbecue. Let's get it going.
And now that he's had them for a week at a time, do you believe that he's giving them a bath during that week that he has them?
I would hope that he's given them a bath during the week that he's at them.
Do they come back to you in appropriate clothing?
They will come back in the clothing that they are sent with. Wednesdays, they'll sometimes come back in pajamas.
Is that an issue?
No, it's not an issue. There's been maybe 1 or 2 times where like the winter coat's not come back. But
If they come back in pajamas, is it because they've had a bath and then he puts them in pajamas?
sometimes, not all the time.
Now, you were asked in your interrogatories to detail the emotional and psychological abuse that you alleged in your answer to our motion. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay, and some of your responses included that in May of 2020, there was frustration over not enough teamwork and Jake not being there, and your desire for improved communication and more support and more interaction. Do you recall responding that way?
yes.
Can you explain how frustration over not enough teamwork is emotional or psychological abuse?
Explain. Hold on.
Sure. When
Shut up, Megan. You guys. I had to replace the propane tank. I wish I had a Jacob to do that, but no, there's Paisley to do that. So now I have to go light the barbecue again because it went out. Let's start again. Let's light the barbecue.
when you are given this, okay. When you have the impression of a team, and when one team member is not, when you have someone there who is able to help, but not willing to help, that is very frustrating. And that is, puts all responsibility on the other person. Do you want me to go on?
Okay, so that's fine. Your answers were a little bit the same for some of the other entries that you said in July of 2020, there was a lack of support and communication. And that you had some financial issues, to recall that?
Yes, our discussions, our communications, our arguments were a revolving door, same conversations, frequently, whether it be about Jake's alcohol, Jake's uninvolvement, not, finances, yes, they,
No, you didn't actually list that on when you were asked to detail the emotional and psychological abuse. You didn't really discuss in 2020 any issues concerning alcohol in your answers to interrogatories. It was mainly lack of support, lack of communication, financial problems, frustration, things like that.
there were issues with alcohol in 2020.
Is there a reason that I think you said prioritizing Fireball in August of 2020, but other than that, it was more financial issues and not enough support. Is there a reason that you wouldn't go into more detail about, other types of interactions that you saw as emotional or psychological abuse?
Could you ask the last part of that question again, please?
I'll withdraw it. Is it fair to say that in 2020 you were primarily frustrated about not having a partnership together and about some financial issues?
And Jake's alcohol use.
Okay. And yet after in 2020 you agreed to have a second child together.
We did have Samuel, yes.
Okay. And Samuel was planned.
Yes, I always wanted 4 kids, yeah.
Okay. So even though you're having these issues and you say that he was psychologically and emotionally abusive in 2020, and he had an alcohol problem, you went ahead and had a second child.
Yeah, that's the difficulty when you're stuck in a cycle, is because oftentimes there's also a period of empty promises, a lot of gaslighting, false hope.
Speaking of gaslighting, Megan, that went poorly. That took me a lot longer than it did last time. But she had 2 kids with him. Cray cray. Okay, now the barbecue's lit. I'm gonna go put another Coke in the freezer because I think it's a 2 Coke kind of day.
And
Just done.
that's how the cycle just keeps going round, because you might have a period of time where things are good and you're hopeful.
A
and
refractory
you
period?
think that this is the time where it's gonna be different.
And so again, in answer to the question about how did Jake emotionally and psychologically abuse you, you indicated that in November of 21, Jake hasn't talked to me in days. In March 22, Jake made me feel guilty about the kids. May 22, you felt hurt, unappreciated, unloved. Jake wasn't helping out financially. You indicated that in June, Jake refused to watch the kids and friends came over. In September of 22, you indicated that Jake had stopped helping out financially without notice.
Yeah, a lot of heavy emotional neglect.
And so you felt that that neglect was psychological and emotional abuse?
That is psychological and emotional abuse. Withdrawing yourself from someone, using isolation, those are all methods of psychological and emotional abuse.
Now, in December of 2022, Jake, you say stopped helping out financially without any notice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that Jake asked to equally divide your household expenses at that point?
No, we had a conversation. No, that is not true.
Also, her name is the only one on the house.
Discussed this request with you on multiple occasions to equally divide the household expenses rather than him paying for the mortgage.
No, because it was never equal. Jake only wanted to look at a handful of our expenses and make those equal. He did not want to look at all of the expenses and make them equal. He wanted to look at a handful of them, make them equal, and then the rest falls on me.
What were those handful of expenses?
What were the handful of expenses?
That's right,
Yeah,
Megan.
what were the ones that he wanted to talk about?
The ones that he wanted to talk about were house payment and like electrical and gas bills.
No car payment?
Like those couple.
So you had an agreement that for a year he would pay the mortgage and all of the utilities, correct?
Yeah.
I believe that is.
Okay. And that was supposed to go on for a year and then you would revisit the issue.
That I don't believe is correct.
Okay. You thought that was a permanent agreement?
That he would pay all the bills? Why you always lying? So
I could kind of go either way with that. Just the fact of Jake, offering to help out with
why you fucking
anything was more than nothing.
Okay, so you agree that for a period of time, he paid the mortgage and all of the utilities, correct?
No,
What?
because during that time, we would have, no, bills would be late. We would get to the point of shut off notices and I would be picking up those bills. So even though in theory, Jake might have said that this, we might have had a conversation and this might have been something agreed upon, like, okay, this is everything and this is how I can help out. but that would not consistently get done. And then the person following up on that and making sure it did get done was me.
Now, the bills were not in his name, correct? The mortgage was not in his name,
Correct.
and the utility bills were not in his name.
Correct. I think maybe one might have been, but correct.
So the shut-off notices were for bills that were in your name.
Um,
Ah.
they aren't in my name. They're actually in my dad's name.
Okay. So fair to say those bills are not coming to Jake in his name and he paid them. They were coming to your home. You got the bills. He would write you a check.
Yes, they were coming to our home where Jake and I lived.
Okay. And he wrote you a check, an agreed amount upon amount. Is that how it worked?
It was supposed to be an agreed upon amount, but it wasn't uncommon for it to be a couple $100 short. It was supposed to be.
And Jake didn't ever see the bills, right? You took care of them.
No, Jake was able to see the bills.
Okay. Who primarily opened them and paid them?
Both of us. Primarily,
My dad.
no, I would say both of us.
Daddy.
And was there a reason that you didn't change the utility bills into one of your names rather than into your dad's name?
Daddy. Oh, I just like
So
saying
this
daddy.
kind of goes into a completely separate issue, which I'm more than willing to talk about, but there is a reason.
What is
Okay.
it? Oh, she's embarrassed about
Okay.
this.
So I was in a relationship
Oh,
previous.
hold on. Oh, Daddy, let's guess. Let's guess why she can't have the bills in her name. I'm guessing that she has terrible credit and she's going to blame it on a previous relationship. But the bottom line is her name is worth dirt to a company. That's what I'm guessing. But I am guessing she's going to throw somebody else under the bus. It's never going to be about her. Although, if we're listening, Megan, it sounds like you have the bad money management history. Also, yes, Daddy is a chiropractor and owns the practice with Sister Sarah. And I think she probably has a personal bankruptcy, or maybe like an R9, they call that on a credit here. Or an R7. Basically, you can like do like a repayment, but it sort of goes on your credit for a while. But I think that's what's happened here. She's embarrassed about it too. Look at her. She's like, oh, I did not want to talk about this. Well, you're gonna have to fucking talk about it, Megan. But what I did not think she would do is come out and say, yes, I made poor financial decisions at one point in my life, and because of that, I have bad credit. I can say that. Hi, my name is Paisley, and I made poor financial decisions at one point in my life, and now I have somewhat bad credit. Actually, my credit's getting better, but still. Side note. I just don't get that she's gonna take any responsibility for that. Also, again, if I made $100,000 living in Michigan, you can bet your fucking ass I would be owning a place. And now I'm gonna go put the burger on the barbecue. Actually, I want to listen to this first.
Where I was stalked, and so for safety reasons, they were not in my name.
That's
So you
bullshit.
could have put him in Jake's name. The utility bills.
Never even occurred to her.
Sure.
Okay.
It was never a discussion that we had, so sure.
Safety?
So
That's
Jake
terrible.
wanted to have a house in which he could have an ownership interest. Agreed?
Shocker.
Jake wanted to have a house with ownership interest.
It's so weird. Girl, this is not a
Difficult to agree on that because he didn't really show that drive in
Terrible
when we
witness.
were together.
objection.
He was making
Non-responsive.
payments towards a mortgage for a house that was in your dad's name. Accurate?
Not consistently, but yes,
And maybe he would have liked to build up equity in his own name.
I'm not sure.
And then you're dumb. You're stupid.
So again, in answer to your answers to interrogatories about the emotional and psychological abuse for April of 23, it seems like most of the entries were involving finances, not involving fighting, not involving the way you talk to each other, not involving relationship issues, but mainly involving finances. Is that accurate?
No, I would not say that that's accurate. Finances was one of them, but not, finances was the least of, finances was Jake's most important. The other issues, alcohol, communication, involvement, and then finances, but those other things were more of a priority for me.
Are you fucking
And
nuts?
the
We've been
finances are
listening
what
to you.
focused on in your answer to interrogatory in response to the question about emotional and psychological abuse.
I don't believe so. I believe that that I had also mentioned the other items that I've mentioned.
At any time in your relationship, did Jake require that he know what you were doing all the time?
No, Jake didn't really show an interest in, no.
Okay.
That's not
Did
showing.
he demand to be in constant contact, or was that something that you
did.
primarily wanted?
She talked
You could
about
check
that earlier.
messages throughout the day.
She literally talked about this earlier as a good thing. Paul, I gotta go put the burger on. This is fucked. Fucked.
Yeah, I believe that
Yeah.
communication is important. I don't believe that going a week without talking to each other is
A
very
week?
healthy.
You didn't say a week.
So you wanted that contact more than he did.
Yeah, I wanted communication.
Did Jake ever demand that you give him things like passwords to your phone or your email or your social media?
I don't have social media. No, I mean, Jake would have no reason not to trust me.
No reason not to trust her?
Did Jake ever act jealous? Ever accuse you of cheating?
No, but I'd never give him a reason to even have that thought.
Okay. Did he ever prevent you from having communication with your friends and family?
Well, like the physical interaction, because if I ever wanted to just go and hang out like without my friends, I wasn't always able to do that, but no, talking on the phone, or texting, no, I was able to do that.
Okay. And he never forbade you from physically seeing your friends or family. It was more a matter of childcare issues, correct?
That's what these are.
Right. If I wanted to do that, then I couldn't depend or ask Jake to watch the kids. Then I would have to reach out to my family in order to do that.
Or take your kids
Or
with you.
hire a babysitter.
Sure.
Okay. Did Jake ever try to keep you from going to work or from school?
She can't even, she knows the answers to these questions are obviously no.
No, but I don't think he ever, no, he never,
Girl, just say no.
Did he ever get angry in a way that frightened you?
yes.
How many times?
Oh, I would be so lucky, Jim.
The one that definitely stands out was the time in the car at Starbucks.
When she found his
but,
chew.
you know, we have our revolving door arguments about once every month, and it was, yes, well, about once every month and a half. I'm sorry if I said 6 months, I meant to say 6 weeks. And I didn't always feel comfortable asking or going to him. Like I've said before, I just always felt like me asking was like a burden because of how he would respond to me. His demeanor, it was
In text?
like I was asking, like it was a burden for me to ask.
So when you say that you were frightened by him, did he ever call you names?
He would,
No, I'm
yes,
not
when
time to
he
flip the
would
burger
deny
yet.
that we would have these conversations.
Oh,
You're crazy. We didn't talk about that. That never happened.
Okay. Did he ever call you stupid?
dumb bitch, I did.
Hmm,
Okay, I'll go check on the burger. I
more
like
so
my burger well done.
silence. Jake would, that isolation was a heavier piece of it.
So other than calling you crazy, can you think of any other name that he called you that scared you?
Not off the top of my head.
Did he ever threaten you physically?
I'm gonna get some cheese. Did he ever threaten you physically, Megan?
No.
Did he ever try to control your finances or control how you spent your money?
Well, you know, with the physical, me physically being in a car when I felt unsafe, so I would say to that. About finances, controlling money. You know, when someone completely stops helping out, that essentially is a way of them controlling the finances.
Well, and that's not quite what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, did he ever say, you know, you can't buy that dress, or you're not allowed to
No. What?
go and get dinner out, or you're not, I won't allow you to buy something that you wanted to buy.
First of all, these are all internal things I've said to myself this week. No, you cannot buy that dress, Paisley, as a compromise. You can put it on your Amazon wish list. No, you cannot go out to eat, Paisley. And whatever the last one was, she said. Told myself that today. Am I abusive to myself? Is that what's happening here? She's sniffing out the truth. You guys are hilarious. Cheese. I gotta cut some of this and put it on the burger.
No.
Did he ever try to stop you from seeing a doctor?
No,
Did he ever humiliate you in front of other people?
yes.
Okay, and what did he do?
So there was a time we were in front of his family, and one of the boys were crying, and then Jake called it the Wenzel line.
Did he ever threaten to hurt the people you care about physically?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that was
Yes,
funny.
not making
Huh?
not making good decisions, choosing to get behind a vehicle and
Get behind it
I-
and push it.
So,
drinking.
so
I know what you mean.
let me rephrase the question. Did he ever threaten to physically harm?
yeah, the
people
saw
who-
case where
he said, "You don't do this, I'm gonna go punch your dad in the face."
Yes, Jake would say that the boys need to have a sense of fear.
Ma'am, stop it right now. I'm going to flip the burger, Bill, and put cheese on it. And it's got grill marks. I did cross-hatched ones, K Crimson. Don't worry. This is gonna be a good burger. I deserve it. We all deserve it after listening to this fucking bullshit. Holy shit.
And that they need to that they need to have a sense of fear. So for example, Noah, he would say like Noah's fearless, and with my kids, they're gonna know. They're gonna have that sense of fear.
So you're saying that he physically threatened to harm the children?
What?
That is how I interpret that.
And did he regularly spank the children? Did you ever spank Asher at Sam's Club?
At Sam's Club.
Spank Asher at Sam's Club?
Correct.
No, I do not recall spanking Asher at the Sam's Club.
Did he ever threaten to call the police or CPS on you?
No, those threats have no.
Did he ever threaten to harm himself when he was upset with you? Like, did he ever threaten to go kill himself if he was upset with you?
Make me chill.
No.
Did he ever say anything like, "If I can't have you, then no one can"?
She wants that. She wishes.
No.
Did he ever tell you what to wear, or what to eat, or how to do your hair?
They would be fine if he did.
No.
Did he swear at you?
Jake would swear. I'm trying to
Fucking
think if he
bitch.
swore at me, so I would say no.
Do you recall a disagreement with Jake in July of 2021, which you could find at page 1228 of the text messages? And I can kind of maybe refresh your recollection. You had sent him an ad for a $1,300 stroller for Sam.
Okay.
Do you recall sending him an ad for a stroller that would have cost $1,300?
I would have to look, but I do know that strollers are expensive, especially when you're looking for a double stroller when you have two infants.
Okay, and maybe you could pull up that page 1228 of the text messages.
I have it up, Jimmy. I can spin my computer around so she can read it.
Yeah. It's right above, there, it says 7:27:21, 7:26 a.m. It's right above that.
What was the time on it?
7:26 a.m. It's right before 7:26 a.m.
They have 1,200 pages of these stupid fucking text messages.
Okay.
Okay.
It says there's a gray bubble. It looks like that's probably Jake saying, "I'm not buying a $1,300 stroller." Do you see that?
We already did the whole thing about why you buy the extra
And I'm not
stroller,
worried
guys.
about the stroller. I'm just trying to look for the context of that text message. then if you look down and follow that text thread,
What
the
is Leslie
following
doing
day,
here?
like at in the morning, you get angry at him because Asher had slept in a dirty diaper. Do you recall that?
I do.
Oh, we got 2
And,
views.
and in that text message exchange, Jake indicates that he had been getting up twice a night to change Asher's diapers, correct?
No, these text messages are not correct. You'll see these type of text messages throughout our conversations where Jake will kind of plant that seed, but no, I was the one with the kids during the night. We never had a situation where you take this night, I take that night. No.
So
Okay, hold
what you're
on.
saying is
Hold on.
not that the text message,
Hold on. She's even more psycho than I first thought. You guys, look at where her hair clip is. She's using a claw clip and it's like at the base of her skull. I've never in my life seen anybody wear a claw clip like that. Ever. And I watched some fucked up shit, okay? Oh, my burger is not burning. It's doing good, Bill. You're very worried about it. I promise you it's okay. I'm going to grab it right now. But seriously, look at her hair. Watch the clip. It's so low. It's so low.
which doesn't say that, but rather that the text message doesn't reflect what was happening. And
Correct. Jake's text message is not accurate but no.
okay, but you agree that he indicates in the text message, I change his diaper twice a night for a while now.
He sent that in a text message, yes.
Okay. And he had slept through a change and didn't change Asher's diaper, correct?
He had defecated in his diaper.
Bitch, I'm
And
eating.
usually when that happens, you're going to get diaper rash. So it wasn't just a soiled diaper.
Okay, and this is a pretty significant argument. Agreed?
Yes, because this was the time when Jake was drinking, and again, I was frustrated because I'm like, you're drunk and you're just gonna go and pass out and I'm gonna be left to take care of the kids. And that's when he had said, let me have Asher. And I said Asher needs his diaper changed. So then finding that was this time.
Okay, but in the text messages, you don't mention that Asher fell off the bed.
Oh,
I believe we do have a text message
I
about,
love that, Scooter.
I believe that I had said how he turned the camera around, but Jake going into a room and turning the camera around was not just a one-time thing. Jake would go into a room and turn the camera around. It was not just on one occasion.
So in this text message, you're actually saying that you're mad at him because he's looking at houses on Zillow, not that he's drunk.
Oh.
What page is that on?
That's still on, I think, 1228. That's that same.
1,228,
text thread.
folks. That's right. 1,228 pages.
About Zillow.
I feel terrible for this judge having to look at this. Look at my burger, though.
But regardless, what I would be upset about is the fact that he's not with us. He's in another room. Yes, he had been drinking and he's on his phone. So that's what
Oh, cheese ball.
And it looks at that point like you're almost ready to end the relationship.
there were many times that the relationship almost ended.
Yeah, we can tell,
And
bitch.
yet, in that same conversation, you're talking about Noah and his birth certificate, and correct? It looks like perhaps you had been discussing that Jake would adopt Noah.
But that they would all take your last name?
I would need to look at.
Why is that so funny to me?
But again, I always wanted Jake. I wanted that relationship. I wanted Jake involved. And I certainly held on to any strand of hope that Jake gave me.
So you're upset that he's drinking, you're upset that he's not a good partner, you're upset that he's not financially providing, and yet you're still talking to him about potentially adopting Noah.
I know, right? Yeah, I was hopeful,
Girl, this is not your fucking therapy sesh.
but I'd have to look at the text messages because I would be willing to bet that,
You can scroll down.
okay,
Oh, here we go again. Turn your head, bitch. I mean, ma'am, allegedly. My theory is that most people that are the subject of these are not going to rewatch their divorce to listen to my
This
commentary on it,
escalates
but
pretty quickly. You go from being upset that he missed a diaper change and there's a dirty diaper to
look at that. Do you see that? That's
because
psychotic.
it's all compounded, it's still all us, it's still our family. But we were not the priority for Jake, so whether it be cleaning a dirty diaper, or whether it be legally being a family, we were not the priority.
That's true.
I mean, you go from talking about the dirty diaper to saying with everything else, your name on materialistic things, so you have something to show for it, was so heartbreaking for me. Noah's birth certificate, never a thought. I mean, was that because you wanted Jake's name on Noah's birth certificate?
Not necessarily, I just wanted Jake to be part of the family, and it just always seemed like Jake was always looking out for Jake. He was always looking out for himself, where I was always trying to look at us as a family.
Let's talk a bit about childcare.
Sure.
Would you agree that Jake's mom started caring for the kids when Asher was very young?
Asher was young. Yes,
Like months old.
She's such a
Asher was
miserable
roughly 4 months.
Okay. And she was also taking care of Noah.
Not consistently.
But at times.
Oh, I mean,
bitch. I think it's a
no,
mistake.
because Noah was usually at home. When I was born, Noah was being homeschooled. So
Hold on.
Noah was usually
Hold on.
free. At times, yes, no.
Is she actually showing her a note and so inept that she doesn't realize that she's on the camera and turning the camera around? Is that what's actually happening here? God. Oh God. Also, hi, she's a maker. Oh. I'm sorry, why are these lawyers so inept? If I was a lawyer, I would have multiple computers. And one of them would be there and it wouldn't be connected to shit. And it would have a big typing pad on it. And I would have the keyboard and mouse for that computer there too. And you know what? Yeah, she was showing the exhibits. Was that it, MB? Like, I think there's I don't think she's that overt. Yeah, I think they're sharing on the screen or something. But it's odd because why can't Megan see what's on her screen? I don't know. I'm going to turn off my camera and eat sort of quietly so that I don't turn this into a gross mukbang.
All would over there.
Okay. And then when Sam was born, she started taking care of Sam as well, correct?
No,
No?
No.
Sam was with me.
All the time?
All the time, forever.
For the first the first 8 months of his life, he was with me. Then I got that new job, and yeah.
Okay. And then she started taking care of Sam.
No, not consistently. Occasionally. It was a combination of me, my family, occasionally Lisa.
So the schedule where she would take care of the kids in the afternoons and your parents would take care of the kids in the mornings was not a thing?
It was, but her consistently taking care of them in the afternoon was dependent. It was, if she had appointments, if she was on vacation, if she was taking care of her parents.
What?
So
Okay.
So she lied.
In July of 2023, you stopped the kids from going to Lisa Smith for childcare, correct? When you and Jake separated.
I would say that that is not correct. I had reached out to Lisa and I asked her if she still wanted to see the boys.
See them.
And she in fact did, didn't she? She testified she did.
Oh, she does.
Okay. So it's your position that she didn't want to see the boys anymore?
I'm able to say in that position. It is my position that she wants to take over the role as being a maternal figure for the boys.
Oh.
So she both wants to take over being a maternal figure and she wasn't that interested in continuing to take care of them after you separated? That's kind of inconsistent.
That's not what I said.
That's what you just said.
No, when Lisa watching the boys was dependent on her schedule, on if she had other things going on. And then she would reach out and say, I'm not able to be with the boys, just fine, I'm always available. But her being a consistent, dependable caregiver was not always. And then, yes, after we separated, I'm not able to say what she said, but that is why I believe and have the impression that that is the role that she is now wanting.
So you think that she wants to take over your job as mom?
100%.
And you don't think that she just wants to assist in caring for her son's children?
No.
Wow.
And when you put the children into licensed daycare, you didn't consult Jake, correct?
Not correct. And they, after started school, and that is not correct. Jake was part of that conversation.
And Jake wanted his mom to continue to provide childcare, correct?
Not correct. Jake was agreeable to our world until this court case.
What? Oh my God. So the truth comes
So
out.
you had testified that Asher had open wounds on his leg at one point in Mrs. Smith's care, correct?
Lisa.
Correct.
What kind of treatment did he need?
I took Asher to the dermatologist right there off of Capitol.
A dermatologist.
I was needing to do dressing changes on him. There was an ointment. He needed to have his legs wrapped.
Okay, and you indicated that it was caused by a walker?
It was caused by that red car walker.
Okay. And Sam also used that walker, correct?
If he did, I didn't know about it.
Okay. But it wasn't a significant enough issue for you to put Asher into a different childcare situation at that time. You continued to let Lisa watch him, correct?
No. I had mentioned that I did not want him in that walker because he
So controlling.
it's very important that children go through the developmental stages from first crawling, learning that motion, before, to help them with walking. And he wasn't even crawling yet. And
But those are just
The
baby
wounds
seeds.
were very difficult to heal because she did not stop putting him in that walker. Jake and I talked about this, and then it just got to the point where he stopped going until he was home with me so that I could take care of his wounds. And then after that, he no, and then after that, he went there for like three for a limited time. So no, it did change.
So when did this occur again?
Oh my god, a booty warm in 3 hours.
The wounds had happened like that summer,
What
so-
year?
2020.
I know what you did last summer.
I had been in Lisa's care for like 3 months, and that happened.
But she resumed caring for them.
Occasionally for shortened amount of times.
So you were concerned about upsetting the children's routine when you separated from Jake, is that correct?
No,
Yes.
he was not even part of our
And in
routine.
fact, you told him in a text message that you wanted to aim for consistency in the kid's schedule in a text, which is on, I think, page 1895.
Yeah, it sounds like something-
1895? Did she just say page 1895? That's a crime. That's a fucking crime. That's a crime. I'm so mad right now. But that burger was so good. I'm refreshed a little bit from that. It was delicious. Perfectly cooked. Thank you, Bill. Gotta keep me on those. You know, generally when I cook a burger when I'm not live, I hover because otherwise I forget. I don't really want to mention how many things I've burned in my life. Let's just say that. Anyways, I just realized we've been going almost 3 hours, but let's keep going. It was tasty. It was delicious. And I ate it all.
I would say
Okay. And that was when you were allowing Jake about 2 to 3 hours with the kids twice per week?
it was always at least 3. Yes, Jake was having visits.
But you did change the kids' schedule in terms of their childcare routine at that point.
Well, Asher had started school at Our World.
Our world. We are living
After your
in
separation.
our world.
August, so yeah, that would have been August.
Remember,
So
she's
after
a
your
nurse.
separation, the schedule changed. You started school at Our World, correct?
Started school at Our World.
Okay. So that was a change in the consistency of their schedule.
Yes, that we had agreed upon
Shut up!
for Asher to start preschool.
Objection, non-responsive.
And
She needs to get back onto the yes or no's, McNiff. Come on.
you do agree that your family was helping in the mornings, get the kids going, getting them up, getting them, taking them to wherever they needed to be, either to your parents or to school.
Occasionally, my family and I are very close. We're very involved, and occasionally they have helped out. My dad has taken Noah to school. And like during when I was in the office and took that position change, before even making that change, I didn't want it to change the boys' schedule, so I had asked if Sarah would help out in the mornings so that at least their routine would be the same.
And at least some of the times, Lisa Smith did care for them in the afternoons.
Correct.
And you would agree that mom and dad separating is a big deal for little kids. It's a big change.
You would think so. You would think so. But when Jake moved out, that was when I realized really how much that Jake was doing. Because the kids and I, we really did not skip a beat. And life has been better without. Yes, you would think that if a parent moves out of a home, that your life should be upside down. That is not what happened. That is really
That's not what she asked.
to Jake's involvement around the house.
Megan.
And with our family. But yes, in theory, you would think so.
Yeah, she's like,
So the same time that you were separated, that dad moves out of the house, you put Asher in school. Paternal grandma stops watching the kids in the afternoon, and you also cut back on your family's assistance in the mornings, correct?
Megan can't answer a question, not when it's asked by McNiff. Why, thank you, MB, for this super chat. I'm glad that this case wasn't a whiff. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Seriously, these torture streams are the best. I know we love doing it to ourselves. Every little while we do this, you know? I think I vibe with that a little bit. Her psycho-ness is like coming up, allegedly, in my opinion. Thanks again, MB, for breaking that up there. Let's continue with this shit show. Even Leslie's like, oh my god.
I've always been the consistent piece. Yes, Asher started school.
But I taught him everything he knows.
I don't recall anything really being cut back. Asher had a complete change with starting school.
So it's your testimony that Jake was completely on board with eliminating the grandparent care and incurring childcare costs.
Yes, we had that conversation and that was agreed upon, that he went to our world. We have text messages. But now through this court case, I hope that the court is able to see that this case is driven by Lisa Smith wanting to use Jake to be able to be with the kids.
What?
And you don't think that it was upsetting at all for the children to have all of those changes at the same time?
I think Our World is the name of the daycare
We have a
facility.
different perception on the severity of changes, and the kids did not show changes. Did not show any changes.
So you don't think there was any value in the kids having regular contact with their dad because it was fine when he moved out?
Watch yourself, Megan. Take a breath. Say thank you to Wahoo. Thank you. You need to check yourself right now, Meg. I'm being serious. Okay, dumbass? You need to shut up. You need to be the bigger person. You need to at least appear the bigger person. And right now you don't. You petty as fuck, girl. And it's annoying. It's annoying. It is. yeah, it's like clear that she is against dad here. And it is not going to serve her well. She does not realize that. I don't know what happened with the first kid, why she wanted him on the birth certificate of the child who's obviously not his. Like, I get wanting to amend birth certificates for adoptions and such, but like, where is that child's father? Why is he not involved? There's a lot of questions I have there too. Um, and also, just like, it's just so petty. It's like, this is a master class on what not to do in a divorce. I'm trying to think of how Judge Bailey, who we watched yesterday, would have dealt with this. I don't know that she would have let it go on like this. Shut this shit down. I don't know that any Texas court would let this go on like this, to be honest with you. Texas judges just tend to be a little bit more, I don't really know what the word would be, but there's very few judges. The only other one I can think of would be Hagen, who's also in Michigan. And that's about it. Very few.
That was kind of our norm. That was kind of our norm. Do I think it's important for them to have regular contact? That's what I always was trying to get for Jake to see, that I always was trying to get Jake involved. I don't believe that Jake saw that importance. And no, the schedule that is taking place now is the most involvement that Jake has had with the boys. So that has been the change. These last, while we were together, it went from, Jake here and there, and then the schedule that we currently have, and this is the most involvement that Jake has had with the boys.
Oh,
So you're asking for sole legal custody so that you don't have to involve Jake in those kinds of decisions, like where the kids go to daycare?
Absolutely not. I'm asking for sole legal custody so that their lives can continue, and that it not be, so that it be about the children, so that it be about their best interest, and so that Jake, it's not about hurting me.
But that takes Jake out of all this decision making, correct? You're the sole decision maker then.
yes.
He never had a problem with it when we were together.
Objection non-responsive.
And you don't think that he should have the ability to be involved in decisions like where the kids go to school?
I don't think that Jake's ability is, I don't think that he's able to do that. I think that he has alcohol influence, and I think that he has a strong maternal influence,
I'm sorry.
telling him what to do. So it's not me and Jake. Please realize that it is me and Jake. It is very much his mom.
Okay, so
What are you talking about, lady?
Jake making the decisions anyway.
okay. So if there's a major medical decision to be made about one of the children, you don't think he should have input into that either?
No.
Because his mom will be involved.
No, so for the medical, it's because he took the kids to urgent care for pink eye and racked up a $670 some bill taking the kids to urgent care for pink eye.
And you recently took the children to the doctor because you thought they were too tired after a visit with Dad, correct?
No, not too tired because they were at minimum dehydrated. In the notes, the urgent care references heat
And
stroke.
objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Wow.
Do you think that the only relationships with the kids' relationships with your family are more important than the kids' relationships with Jake's family?
Yes.
No, I don't think that that one's more important than the other.
You're a terrible
So by
liar.
limiting Jake's time with the kids, you're also limiting their time with their paternal family, extended family. Do you understand that?
Oh, I very much understand that, but I also understand that it's going to be Jake's mom. It's not going to be Jake. Jake will limit his own time.
Doesn't matter. Objection.
This should be about me and Jake.
Objection.
Well, this should be about the kids, but this could be me and Jake, and
Me.
it's not.
Me.
You indicated on direct that Sam still sleeps with you.
He does.
And what have you done to try to get him to sleep in his own bed?
I'll try and lay down with them and read books in their bed. Try to get them to fall asleep there. Try and carry them into their own bed.
Does it surprise you that the kids sleep in their own beds at Jake's house?
No. He's so mean.
I
They
think
would.
that kids are resilient, and
What?
does it surprise me? It does, because Jake had told me that they sleep in his bed, or that he is sleeping in, or that they're all sleeping in Asher's bed.
When did he tell you that?
That was a no passing.
I'm
That
trying
was
to
a
think
no
if it was a
passing.
regular text message or if it was our family wizard. I can't recall right now.
In September of 23, you unilaterally decided to take Asher out of soccer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Jake didn't agree with that. Also correct?
Correct. That was a new type of a situation.
And
It was like the first time that Jake actually put input ever. So I was doing what I usually do, letting Jake know, and then Jake was, that was like the first time that Jake had ever shared input.
Oh.
Jake deferred to you a lot during your relationship, correct?
The air just went on, so I beg your pardon.
Okay, Jake deferred to you quite a bit during your relationship.
Deferred to me, like
you were his
like
master?
to me, yes.
Like agreed with you. If you wanted something or you wanted to do something, he went along with it.
Yes.
Yes. Not necessarily that he would.
Until he didn't.
Yes.
There's a lot of text messages where, he's asking, can I do this for you? Can I do that for you? Can I go get you a shake? Can I bring you home this? There's a lot of, I would say, catering to you. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, she would.
I would disagree to that, because
I bet she would. Have you been
so
catered
say it's late at night and Jake does get home. I might want to just take a minute, and yes, I do like the shakes at Chick-fil-A, so I might just want to take 5 minutes, run down the road, get a shake, come back. But Jake knew that would be like something that I wanted, and if I wanted that, Jake would rather go do that versus me going to do that and him being with the kids. So he would rather go and pick me up something. Yes.
Okay. Now let's go back to soccer. Jake offered to take Asher to all of the practices if you would allow him to stay in soccer, correct? Back in September of last year?
I don't recall that. No.
You didn't asked to talk to Jake about making that decision to take Asher out of soccer. You just did it. Also correct?
Fucked up.
It is correct. It's how things always were. Jake was never involved in the decision, so it wasn't an intent.
Yeah, I bet you're right, Tracy. That's actually one of the tricks that I use. Here's a little insight for you into filming YouTube videos or doing lives. When I put the camera right where I have to look so that when I look at myself, I'm looking in the camera. Um, what a savage, weird way to look at things. Like she can't even allow him to have the shakes, like buying her shakes at night. Like, do you know, first of all, that's really nice. He knows that she likes a milkshake. The average person would be thankful that they don't have to get out of the house. You know what you do, girlfriend? You take your fucking milkshake and you go for a walk. That's what you do. If you want to go drive with your milkshake, go get in the car and drive with your milkshake. I don't think that he would have stopped you from doing any of those things. I think the problem here is that you want everything to be your way, unsaid, but totally fixed. And just, you have a way of looking back on it all that make it just nothing was your fault. Like, she is incredibly difficult to deal with in this situation. And I know this is a pretty big, like, stress situation, but I'm very confident that she's difficult to deal with on a regular basis. You know what I mean? Like, she's, yeah. You guys are all her eyes off to the side. And yeah, we are all thinking about it. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and Megan's like, hey, are you at a bar?
Additional thing. It was just how Jake and I functioned.
So now that Jake in from your perspective wants to be more involved with the kids, you don't want him to be involved. You wanted him to coach Noah's soccer, but now you're not crazy about him coaching Asher's soccer.
No, my concern is the reason behind it. And
God.
my concern is the reason behind it, and I don't believe that the reason behind it is genuine. I believe that the only reason Jay took Asher out of tennis, which was going well, and put him in soccer was solely just to say that he's the coach.
Oh my God. Girl.
And now you've recently missed a couple of practices in a game for soccer and didn't notify Jake.
No, I've not missed any practices. Jake has canceled practices the last 2 weeks. And the, I mentioned my niece's confirmation, and I had let Jake know about that. He did not respond. He didn't respond. And then there was one other time Asher didn't want to go to soccer. I kept trying, do you want to go play soccer? And,
No, it's not,
trying
do you want to go play soccer?
go.
It's
Very adamant that he did not want to go. And
that's
again,
not, she's, ma'am, you are in charge. Even you know you're fucking full of shit, right? Children at that age, unless we're dealing with actual, like, defiance issues, you can get a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old or a 2-year-old into a car. and take him wherever you want to go. I'm sorry. Like, it just doesn't fly with me. Like, these are just dumbass decisions. What if he decides he doesn't want to go to school anymore? Are you just going to be like, well, I'm so sorry. He doesn't want to go, you guys. He doesn't want to go. Like, no. It's just, it's frustrating because, and I don't think she understands it, but this is not looking good for her. This is alienation in its infancy. It's weird because she's doing a lot of like putting it back on what she's actually doing. And allegedly, in my opinion, I want ice cream too, you guys, so bad. We don't have it. Typical.
Waddles Park, I said I did not think that Asher was ready. I did not agree to doing that, and so he did not go to that one game. Aside from that, I've always been there. And I've tried my best to try and make Waddles a success. But Asher's not crazy about playing soccer.
So Asher's 4,
Asher's 4.
and so 4-year-olds don't generally get to make the decisions, correct? Parents do.
I always ask my kids input on, what their likes and their dislikes, but their interest.
So that day that Asher didn't want to go and you couldn't talk him into going, you didn't advise Jake that you weren't coming, correct?
That time I did not. Like I said, when I did before, I don't hear anything from him. Sometimes I feel like I'm more bothering because sometimes when I mention things to him, it's a very like short, snappy response. So with him not responding when I did tell him, and if you go to the practices, you can clearly see that Asher doesn't want to go. So yes.
Girl,
Now, when Jake cancels practices, he cancels for the entire team, right?
2 weeks ago, he canceled for the entire team. Yesterday, he canceled, but he had mentioned that you can still practice, that a practice was still available.
Now you complain that Jake's sister hasn't come to any of the events, any of the soccer events, but your parents came to soccer for the first time this past weekend?
I'm not complaining that she comes. She wasn't really, like I said, she came sporadically before. It's just the fact that they say how close that they are. She's not been to one of the events.
oh girl.
And my parents did come to the game last weekend. Yes, we're also juggling schedules, so it's not just Asher playing. Noah plays, Asher plays, Brecken plays, so they're also trying to juggle
Brecken.
seeing all the grandkids.
And the same is true with Jake's sister, right? She's got her own kids.
She does have her own kids,
So she may have other things that she's got to do with her own children.
but Lisa will bring Aniston, but you won't see Brittany there.
Who gives a fuck, Megan?
You complained a lot about Jake not assisting financially, but you'd agree that he just paid for the soccer photos for Asher and gave you some, correct?
Jake had offered if we wanted to use the same form, and I said sure. And the pictures were $4, and I had offered Jake to give Jake the $4 for the pictures, and he said no, that's all right. I said, are you sure?
Where?
That's okay.
In fact, you were kind of a little more snarky.
Hold on. I'm fucking just. Oh, I'm so jealous of all you guys with Sonic nearby. I'm so fucking mad about that. There's nothing nearby me. I'd have to walk like 3 miles. Secondly, in what world do photos for school or for sports cost $4? Even when I was a kid, they were more expensive than that. I'm not joking. Like, this is, if there's a form that you're filling out, it's more than $4. I know it. I want Sonic. Hi, Sherry. I want ice cream. Damn it.
You bought it than that with the $4.
Huh? What, McNiff?
What I just said was the conversation we had.
In the same tone.
No.
Yes.
And the photos actually cost more like $25, correct?
That's probably right.
This would be news to me if the photos cost $25. It was my understanding the photos cost $4.
Jake gave you an engagement ring, correct?
Yes.
Wow.
And it cost about $8,000.
I'm not sure.
Oh
And you
my
haven't
God.
returned it.
I do have the engagement ring.
Okay. So you haven't returned it.
Correct.
You didn't get married,
And-
you don't get the ring. That's the rule. Oh, get your fucking nasty little face off of there, Megan. You didn't get married, you don't get the ring. Sorry, bitch. Sorry. That's my stance on that. That is my stance on that. I guarantee you she puts on that ring. I guarantee you she puts on that ring and wears it around and is pissed off at him. 1,000% she does that. If you get married, the ring is yours. It's yours. And after, if the marriage deteriorates, you can do what you wish with it. But if you didn't go through with the wedding, then nope. You give back the ring. You guys, there's an ice cream truck driving by. Can you hear the sound? I don't have any money. Oh no, my life is so shitty today. Oh, let's just put the cork back on so I don't hear it.
You had no idea how much it cost.
No.
And after you gave the engagement ring for the Christmas of 2022, you picked out another ring that cost about $5,500, correct?
No.
No?
No. If there was something sent, it was not at all in seriousness.
Did you get a ring in for Christmas in 2022?
I did. It was not one that I had picked out. Jake had picked that out.
And
What? Oh my God.
you were okay with him buying you expensive jewelry,
Yeah.
but still wanted him to contribute significantly to the family finances.
No, I would rather that our household was stable. I'm not a flashy person. I don't need all of that. No.
Hi, Vince. At this point, Vince, I'll tell you, this is part 6 of the torture session that we have been participating in for a while now. I'm Team Jacob at this point. I'm Team Jacob at this point. But it wasn't the wedding band, Paul, because they didn't get married. It's so painful. It is so painful to watch this. But we're coming to the end. I don't even know if I can say that. But quick summary. I don't even know how to do a quick summary on this. She's very, very controlling. I'm going to say this. He's a little bitch, right? Sorry, Jacob. I'm Team Jacob, but you're a little bitch. I shouldn't say it like this, but she asked him to change his last name to her last name, and apparently he was down with that. So that should just tell you where this lies, right? And mom's pretty horrible. They have 2 kids, and then she has a 3rd kid that's older, and both of their families are hyper involved, but they are she's delusional at this point. He whipped. Yeah. Okay. We're up to speed.
So I'm trying to understand, you seem to not have been happy that Jake was working a lot of overtime.
Oh, the house is in
And
her
yet
name too.
you weren't happy that he wasn't contributing more to the family finances. Those things to me seem inconsistent. Wouldn't you want him, if you want him to pay more, wouldn't you want him to work more to earn more money?
Yeah, and that's what I was always trying to figure out too, but because Jake would be working all of this overtime, yet bills were not, payments were not consistent. We would still end up with overdue or with shut off notices, bills overdue, things being late. So that was always that's what always didn't make sense. So then in my mind, I figured I would rather have you here because this doesn't make sense. You work all this overtime, but we are still, but when we're trying to get you involved in the household, it falls through. It didn't make sense.
This is a lawyer's dream, by the way.
I'm still having a hard time understanding about the shut off notices. If you did the bills together and you opened them together, then you would have known if things were being paid late as well as Jake, correct?
Correct, but I'm trying to get Jake involved, so I'm trying to have,
I'm trying to make
for
it
him
his
to have
fault.
the responsibility, but I'm not going to let things get to where they get shut off, so I'm the one then taking care of that.
What?
But you were okay getting to the point of getting a shut off notice.
Absolutely not. No, I mean, I would have loved for it to just be taken care of. I would have loved for it to be something that I,
Didn't have to think
not
about.
having to carry the mental load of that. If Jake's gonna say he's gonna do something, like he had mentioned he was going to do that, it would have been nice to just be able to not think about that. But that's never how it was. Even though Jake said he was going to do something, I still had to in the back of my mind, like, did Jake do something?
Seems like there might have been some conflicting messages surrounding finances. Like I think you discussed a shed
A
that
shed.
was put up on your property, correct?
Correct?
And that was supposed to be a Father's Day gift for Jake?
Shake, shake, shake your head.
We were in need of a shed. I believe that it was around Father's Day for it to specifically have been a Father's Day gift. That was a very expensive Father's Day gift if that was the case.
Oh, girl.
No, it was not, the intent was not a Father's Day gift. The intent was we need a shed because all of this stuff is outside of the house and we need to put it somewhere.
Right. And Jake didn't go shopping with you for the shed, correct?
I wanted Jake to go shopping with me for the shed.
Right, but that isn't what happened. You went shopping at Home Depot and sent him a link to a shed, correct? And I think look on page, let me see, 429 of the text messages.
Yeah, I did do some looking around for sheds. I remember driving around Lowe's. They had them in their parking lot. I remember looking around for a shed, but yeah.
Okay, and you sent him a link to a shed that was pretty expensive.
You don't even.
I don't have it pulled up, but that sounds like something that I would do, throwing out ideas, sure.
Okay. And he seemed surprised by that, correct?
I'm just reading right now. I'm reading the text messages. I'm not seeing surprise necessarily.
At some point, did you ask him to contribute towards the payments for the shed?
No, I did not.
You didn't ask him to pay you an additional $225 a month to cover the cost of the shed?
No, and I knew that that was never going to happen because we can't even get our other bills paid for regularly.
If you go to 80, go,
Oh
if
God.
you look at 808, page 808,
Bill, you gotta go to bed. Good night,
Give me
Bill.
1 second, I'll turn to it.
Bill's going to bed. Vince is lurking. You don't have to lurk, by the way, Vince. I've been terribly mean to her this whole time. So don't worry about it. I'm theorizing that she's not going to listen to 3.5 hours, but she is quite narcissistic, so she may. She may be just fucking loving it. Some of them, I think, love it that we talk about them. You know? Oh yeah, they're in the same office. There's 2 computers though, I'm pretty sure. That angle, the other angle with her body involved, yeah, is
Jake indicated that he didn't know
more
you were going to spend that
sympathetic
much.
to her.
Lisa, are you on page 808?
Yep, I am.
Yeah, she's reading page 808 of the exhibits. Oh, by the way,
I'm just looking.
there's like 1,500 pages of exhibits. This is a lawyer's wet dream and everybody else's nightmare.
He does say, I didn't know you were looking to spend that much.
That you were looking to spend that much. If you are, that's a good one, correct?
Correct.
So it doesn't look like there was like agreement on that. It looks like he thought, well, if you want to do that, cool, but maybe he wasn't as enticed by spending that much on a shed as you were.
Um,
Damn.
not really sure what the question is.
Oh, it's right. Eventually, that is not the shed you got. The one you got cost about 20,000, correct?
It was not 20,000, but the one that was purchased was, it was more expensive than 2,000, but it also is able to put the lawnmower, the snow blower, all the equipment that was just outside. So it was, if we were going to buy a shed, then the point of buying the shed was to get all of the equipment from, put in the shed. So that one that we had originally looked at, it wasn't practical. Jake
Hold
Jake's mom
on.
had just gotten a new.
Can't you buy a house in Michigan for $20,000 in some places? I'm not trying to be rude here. I'm being realistic at this point. If it was a finished shed installed with electricity and fucking insulation, basically a little house, I could understand that. But you're gonna have a hard time selling me on $20,000 for any sort of outbuilding. Jesus Christ. But I mean, it just seems so weird. The whole situation's weird. And I'm a city girl. I can live in the inner city. I'm a city
Lawnmower, this huge lawnmower, and it barely even would have,
Humble
that,
brag again.
if it would have fit in the shed, that would have been the only thing that would have fit in the shed.
Our lawnmower is so big it will take up a whole shed. What?
And now your dad has the benefit of the shed because he owns the house.
Yeah.
It, it's my home. I rent the home. My dad doesn't use the shed.
But he owns the property that it's on.
Correct.
Do you agree that Jake paid for all of the vacations that you and the kids and he went on?
Humble brag. Multiple vacations.
No. Jake, this one to Great Wolf Lodge in June of 2023, the one where like I said, it was nice that we were going on this vacation, even though it's really difficult for me with everything else that's going on. And how can we have these conversations about, how can we kind of justify that with everything else that's going on? So he did pay for that one. No, we had went to Frankenmuth, and I paid for that. The kids and I would go to St. Joe. Okay, so you asked the ones that Jake would be on. So the only vacations that Jake went on with us were, we went to Great Wolf Lodge, June 2023, and then we went the only other vacation that I can think of
Spit it
was
out!
going to Florida, and Jake did not pay for that vacation.
Oh.
While you were there, did he pay for meals? Did he pay for gas? Did he pay for the extras?
For the Great Wolf Lodge one, for the Great Wolf Lodge one, he did, because it was all like your
Included.
food, that account. For the Florida one, no.
He didn't pay for anything in Florida.
Wow. That's a pretty sweet trip
I
to
remember
Florida.
that, Jake. I remember we had went with my family. And I remember when we got to Florida, and I remember Jake went down to the pool. I remember Jake got drinks, and he brought them back up and offered everyone drinks. So I do remember that Jake brought drinks. Regardless of what has been said in court, my family is not a big drinker. So that's not how we spend vacations. That I just remember thinking like, oh, I just remember that was like one of our first vacations, and it was
Ma'am, she asked about money.
it was a nice gesture, but that's not how we vacation.
Dude,
Right.
we just asked about
Your
money.
sister testified that she never saw Jake have more than a couple of drinks at a time.
I don't recall off the top of my head, but sure.
Okay. Did you tell Jake that it's weird when the guy doesn't pay for dinner when you go out?
Yeah, she did. Just admit it.
I'm
girl.
not opposed to paying for meals, but
She didn't ask about that.
I do kind of prefer things a little bit more traditional. So I do appreciate, I view the man as being like the head of the household. I always wanted Jake to have that role. So I do appreciate those type of things.
Sorry, what do you mean by that? You don't want him to do anything. You just want his money? When you make $100K? What in the fuck is going on here? Ma'am. What a joke. In no way did she answer the question. Like, object, McNiff. Come on, get on this. Objection non-responsive. Ask yes and no questions. Make this a fucking cross-examination, please. I'm getting tired now. I'm getting upset. Look at the judge. He's slumped down. Has somebody checked on him recently? I'm serious. man of the house with her last name, right? I'm a real trad wife. I'm a real traditional girl. I want him to take my last name, but pay for everything. I'm sorry. It's funny to me. This is funny. Also, 100K doesn't go as far as it used to. How does 200K sound? Oh, there's the ice cream truck again. Am I hearing that in my head? Am I delusional?
Weird, especially not with, it's normal for anybody to pay.
So you want him to be head of the household, but you don't want him involved in decisions regarding the kids.
Like I said, I always wanted Jake involved. It's just getting Jake involved is,
He just wants me
I was
involved so
never
differently.
successfully able to get Jake involved.
Do you agree that Jake would frequently fill your car up with gas?
Ooh,
No,
no.
You
not
did-
frequently.
Did
Do
he
you
ever?
disagree that in the winter he would start your car for you before you left to get it warm?
I had a remote start, she says.
When?
Regularly in the winter if it was cold out.
I do not recall that.
Do you recall that if he had to park far away, he would go get the car to pick up you and the kids?
He would occasionally do that.
Oh, wow.
Do you agree that in the winter Jake would come home from long nights working and would then plow the driveway and shovel and salt the walk so before he went to bed? So that when you got up in the morning it wouldn't be an issue?
Not consistently.
Oh, God.
On direct, you indicated that Jake had tried a CBD vape pen, and that was the pen that was depicted in the photo of the drawer, correct?
I don't know what that is. I believe that it's a vape pen, but I don't know what that is.
And you're upset that he had drug tests to see that if he used the CBD vape pen, that he might come up positive for THC, correct?
That's
So the reason that I was upset was because he told me it was for a completely different reason. He told me that he wanted to do this cleanse because he wanted to be healthier. He bought these 2 bottles, they were red, they were about like a liter, 2 of them. And so that's why I was upset, because he had lied to me about why he was doing this cleanse. It was just always hiding something.
And you've tried THC for migraines, correct?
There has been one time where I had a quarter of a
Just say
of
yes.
of a little gummy.
Okay. And you agree that Jake doesn't smoke marijuana?
I don't know that.
I don't know.
Did he when you were together?
I never saw him smoke marijuana.
I'm
Did you
smoking
ever see
marijuana
him
right
smoke
now.
anything? Other than the vape pen?
No.
Okay. Do you know if he's used THC gummies?
I'm not. I do remember when mom retired and they had gummies. So the one time when Sarah and his mom did, not my sister Sarah, their friend Sarah.
So what you're saying that Jake tried the gummy?
Yes.
And when was this?
2020, like I believe it was. I'm just remembering this. This was like fall of 2020, December 2020, maybe around
Yeah,
that
weed is legal in Michigan.
time.
Now you agree that on that New Year's Eve, 2019 to 2020, that was before Asher was born.
Yeah, it would have been right before Asher was born, 2019, 2020.
Okay. And your sister was there.
When? when Asher was born.
That New Year's Eve 2019 into 2020.
I don't remember my sister being there that New Year's. I do remember her being there that New Year's that Jake dropped the ham. I remember my sister and Travis being there. I don't
New
remember
Year's
them
that
being
Jake
there
dropped the ham.
New Year's 19 to 20.
And yet your sister testified that she doesn't recall seeing Jake intoxicated.
You guys, can we make
I
us?
don't recall.
You know what we should do? We should do a dropping of the ham ceremony every year. We'll do our eating of the grapes and dropping of the ham, but we'll make it accessible to everybody. So you only need to buy one slice of ham from the deli along with your grapes ahead of time. And we will do, oh, this is starting to sound, if we add cheese, that's a fucking prosciutto, like a little charcuterie board, huh? We drop the ham, we will eat the grapes, and we will have a good time on New Year's. If you don't know what I'm talking about, folks, last New Year's, this just past New Year's, we did a fun New Year's Eve party. We did Smash or Pass 2023 Would You Fuck Me Judicial Official Edition. Just rolls off the tongue. But in fact, we went through and talked about if we would smash or pass different judges and other judicial officials. It was quite fun. Now this year though, I do believe we will have to implement a ham dropping. And maybe a couple other things that we'll take from our crazy cases that we listened to this year. Anyways. As long as we don't have to implement the Miralax incident, we'll go with the ham dropping rather than the Miralax. Also, I didn't mean for this to be 4 hours, and yet here we are.
For saying that.
Do you agree that sometimes you and Jake did drink together?
Occasionally, I would have a drink. Yes, with Jake.
Okay, on a date night?
Yes, the date night that everybody testified to, the one time at the casino, yes, I had a drink that night.
And you had more than one drink that night.
I did. I had a drink at dinner.
Oh.
And then the bartender had offered another drink.
Yeah,
I said no. Jake wanted another drink. She kind of looked at me again. She said, "You can take it out on the floor with you." And so I did have another drink.
We didn't need that story.
And occasionally at family events, you'd have a drink.
Just say yes, ma'am. I want to bill her for every minute of silence.
Honestly, I remember one other time, like we had went to Black Rock and Jake ordered a martini and I had a sip of it, but it was not common for me to drink. Not saying I won't, but
Oh, that was hearsay, Courtney.
I usually have water. I can't even
Oh,
think of another time where I had a drink.
I bet she is on water talk.
Now, in the photo of the that we looked at earlier with Jake and Noah on the tube, you had just thrown him that can of Truly, correct?
I don't recall doing that.
Text messages where you're asking him to pick you up a surprise mixed drink for you both to enjoy.
So that would be a time where Jake and I would have a drink together.
Okay. So if you think he's a problem drinker, why are you asking him to bring drinks home?
Yeah.
Yes, this was a conversation that came up.
Oh my God. Why do the worst ones always remind me of my mother? That little sigh before she, yes, I've been
This
expecting
was a
this.
conversation that came up. And please know that me asking for a drink to come home was not a regular routine
We didn't say it was.
request. can maybe think of like 2 times in the last, when we were together.
There's also a text where you ask him to bring home some PBR beers, some Pabst Blue Ribbon beers. You recall that?
Oh God.
And he kind of questions of you wanting beer.
I don't recall that.
I bet you don't.
Do you remember a message about a Christmas martini? You wanted ingredients to make a Christmas martini, and he didn't want to buy the ingredients for a complicated drink.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall purchasing him a tour at New Holland, where he could learn to make his own beer and name it?
That sounds cool.
No, I did not. No, I did not purchase him. No,
I
You-
think PBR stands for Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yeah. I have to say, Lisa's doing pretty good on keeping this on track. Much to Megan's chagrin, I need to smoke some more weed, but yeah, it's cheap ass beer. It's really cheap.
You didn't buy a beer tour for him at any brewery.
no.
Yeah, and this is killing
Jake's
all
never
the
had a
alcohol.
drinking and driving charge, correct?
You're right, MB. The lawyer's doing this perfectly because there shouldn't. Here's the thing: you wouldn't, if you actually had a real alcoholic on your hands. You don't do that. Believe me, I grew up in a family of recovering alcoholics, I guess. My grandfather was always sober my whole life, but he was active in AA and drank when my mom was a kid. And so I can just tell you, nobody offered him any beer or ever asked him to go to the liquor store and buy anything. It was just like, you don't do that. So her, even just a few times saying, hey, let's drink tonight, it just fucking like shatters her concern and also her say so in everything, right? I think we got, I don't know, Vicky, like 40 minutes. I don't know. Bye. We're gonna keep going for a little bit. Bought a brewery tour.
I don't believe so.
Since you've known him, how many car accidents has he had?
One
And whose fault was that?
was,
Was he ticketed?
I'm not sure, I wasn't there.
Okay. Did he primarily drive when you and the kids, when you were all together?
Not primarily, sometimes.
Wait, so then all those times
So
that you
you
let him
primarily
drunk
drove?
drive?
It, both of us.
Okay. And do you disagree that he would take the kids out driving around bedtime to help put them to sleep?
He did do that occasionally.
And he would do that to give you some time alone?
That's right.
No. Again, it would be like, hey, I want to step out and go get something, and then it was never the intention to go get something alone. That's why I wanted a copy of the dash cams, because I very much believe that Jake would pick up. I believe that Jake would go to the gas station and pick up drinks for himself during these, because Noah was never allowed to go.
Okay.
What?
And sometimes he'd actually go to Chick-fil-A and pick you up a sandwich and a shake when he had the kids and he took them out.
Sure, I would mobile order it, I would pay for it, it would be ready for pickup, and Jake would pick up food or a drink.
And you were fine with him driving the kids at for those instances, right?
Um,
Oh, McNiff, you're impressing me
That
tonight.
is also difficult because it would be bedtime. So I would prefer that their bedtime routine is not loading them up in the car and taking a drive. But here I am wanting Jake to be involved. So that was like, yes, I want Jake to be involved, but I would rather like that the bedtime routine is laying with them, talking to them, reading a
Girl,
story.
this
doing
wasn't
things like
about
that.
bedtime.
So I didn't prefer that was how Jake wanted the boys to go to sleep, but I did want Jake to be involved.
It is.
So if you thought that Jake was taking the kids and secretly going and getting drinks, alcoholic drinks to drink, why would you let the kids go with him?
No, this did not happen routinely,
What?
and it wasn't until
You said it
so
was
at
routine.
first I had thought it was just to go out and get like a Chick-fil-A or something like that. But then it made me question why Jake was so willing, from going to like, I'll get it, you stay home with the kids, to like why he was then wanting to do this. And that's why I believe that he used this time to
Why would he do that?
do like a
What?
to do like a little booze cruise. It's not something that
Oh, what?
um
A booze cruise?
it that was not a routine thing that they did.
This is
Did you
weird.
find anything in the car that would indicate that he had done that?
Yes, that one time we found that
Yeah, we
chew.
found the empty fireball bottles. There was
So other than that one occasion,
No.
yep, there
What?
I remember a seltzer can in the front seat. Jake would put alcohol into tumblers, so you never knew what was in the tumbler. So yes,
when you say seltzer, you what, like alcoholic seltzer?
yes, trying to think of the name of them, like a Truly or like a White Claw type.
There have been a couple of occasions when Jake's been pretty upset if the kids were not in their car seats or weren't belted properly. Is that accurate?
No, we ensure their safety in the car.
And you always buckle them up. You always have them in a car seat.
Yes.
And on occasion, you've gone out with your friends and had a drink or two, correct?
So right now I'm trying to think of if I had a drink. I've gone out with my friend a handful of times. I'm just trying to think if I had a drink.
What is this?
I maybe have had a drink. I can't think off the top of my head if I had a drink or even what the drink was.
Oh God.
So you got pretty upset at the last hearing and said something along the lines of we're making you out to be an alcoholic. Do you think that an adult who gets intoxicated on one occasion and isn't responsible for children at that time is a problem drinker just because of one incident? Do you think that bringing up the incident, the time that you were drinking at Firekeepers, means that we are calling you a problem drinker?
I
This is
believe
really
what
weird.
has been written in the court paperwork of saying that it's not Jake, that it's actually my family is accusing me and my family of being problem drinkers. That was
McNiff, you're doing so good. You are doing so good Ta-da! I need some sound effects like Creed has. Is the stream still going though? Yeah, it is. Good news. Good news. Oh, getting emails. Hold on. Allow. Let's go. Back in business. Let them finish talking, Paisley. Yeah. I'm sure that you didn't, no, my internet died completely, by the way. That's what happened there. Full Creed frame. Full Creed frame. I love you guys. All right, I think we're good. It might be a sign from the gods. Stop, Paisley. Ugh, I never, ever, ever listen, do I? No.
Okay. So do you think that having a couple drinks at a family gathering or having a couple drinks at the golf course or is problem drinking?
No, it's normal for people to be able to have a drink. What's not normal is not knowing when to stop. What's not normal is not being able to function. That's when it becomes a problem. What's not normal is when your life is kind of falling apart. That's what's not normal. When you're having arguments about it and you're not able to stop.
You agree that since your separation, your sister did the majority of the exchanges with Jake, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And your sister indicated that it's because you couldn't be cordial with the other.
Sure. Yes.
What, in your opinion, what would be required for the two of you to be cordial enough that you would do the exchanges rather than have your sister do them?
Well, so another thing is I had asked if like, for example, the weekend exchanges could be earlier, like at 4 o'clock, because they do conflict with when I'm getting Noah. But because it came from me, Jake is going to say no, so he said no. But in order for exchange to happen, I just don't want it to be a he said, she said situation because we already have a lot of that. I do think that our communication does need to be, I would love to see what could potentially happen, come out of co-parenting counseling. But I don't think that, that we're not there. We're not there. We're not even able to communicate in this app, let alone in person. And there was one time where Jake actually, so one time at tennis, I had asked Jake, do you want to sit down with us? And he did sit down with us. And I thought that was good. There was a time at soccer where Jake had actually put his bag down next to me. It just needs to be me and Jake. So I would love to see what could potentially come out of co-parenting counseling. And I can't stress enough that it needs to be me and Jake.
If you're alleging that Jake is a problem drinker, wouldn't you want to be present to make sure that he's not drinking when he picks up the kids?
I am present when he picks up the kids.
I thought Sarah was doing one of those exchanges.
So Jake picks up the kids in my driveway and I am there looking out the window. I'm right there. And Sarah just literally walks them to the car.
Okay. But you're not getting close to Jake, not close enough to smell his breath to see what his behavior is like, his demeanor.
No.
Okay. And would you agree that Sarah's never questioned his sobriety when he's picking up the kids? or dropping them off?
Oh, she's regretting that now.
No, she's not questioned his sobriety picking up the kids.
But she will.
And you indicated that you've been buckling in, I think, after soccer.
I have, but it's
So,
big last name.
so you're friendly enough that it's not a problem for you to come over to Jake's car and help Asher get into the car and buckle him in.
Yeah, I try and create a type of environment for us. I try and communicate. Like I said, I tried. Do you want to sit with us when we're at events? Even though they will move their chairs, I try and sit next to them. I try to, do you wanna leave practice together? Do we all wanna walk out together to try and make that easier? I try, it's just if Jake's going to do that.
And Jake's never told you not to buckle Asher in, correct?
Um,
I'm jealous.
he's never told me not to buckle him in, but he won't choose to walk together or, so like the steps that it takes in order to get to that point where you get to the car to buckle them in, those won't even happen.
Let's talk about the firearms.
Oh.
Right around the time of your separation, you had an incident when you thought that you heard someone breaking into your house. Like after Jake had left,
Yes.
okay? And you called Jake at about 1:30 a.m. and asked him to come over.
So in the two different instances, but yes.
Okay, and you wanted him to come over with his firearm, correct?
I don't know if I specifically said with your firearm, but
Oh.
I don't recall specifically saying with your firearm.
Okay, but you were confident enough that he would be sober enough to get to your house and to assist if someone were breaking in.
Oh.
Jake was actually not my first call. And
Hold on.
I was
Oh,
trying.
hold on. That's so funny. Ah, she's such a fucking bitch. Oh my god. Oh. She can't. She cannot. You called him. You called him. If he wasn't your first call, whoever you called first sucks. Because they didn't come. So you had to call him. Oh my god. It's such a stupid flag. It's so dumb. It's implying that you have better people. But those people don't show up for you. Oh. Why would you say that? It's stupid. Oh fuck. Look at him, he's all puffed up. He's like, yeah, guess who showed up? Nobody on the Facebook mommy group would help her. That's funny.
And Jake's not my first call, and in my head, I'm like, okay, if we're like, I need to be able to depend on Jake if that's what we're trying to do. And so then I had called Jake.
What?
Jake had said he was only going to come over if he could stay the night. But he did come over and to check the house out.
And he was there within about 10 minutes.
I looked back to see on the exact time. He was over within like the half an hour, I would say.
Was he sober?
I would say that he wasn't drunk.
You attended a CPL class with Jake, correct?
Correct. I'm not against guns, I'm just against them being laid around the house.
Okay. And all the firearms that were in those photos had trigger locks, correct?
I don't believe so, especially for his black handgun. I don't believe so.
Pew pew.
Didn't he give you the combinations for the trigger locks?
No, I actually got like a gun case, and at work they were giving out little things, so I had actually brought those home, but he didn't use them.
Little
Okay.
thing.
And in those photos, it looked like you were maybe packing up the firearms for him.
Jake said he was coming to get his items the next day. So we got a thing together for him.
Okay.
But some photos, the firearms are like where they were.
Can you imagine
And
being
some
her
photos
mind?
also were you moving things in order to get them ready for him to pick up.
No, like I take a picture of the drawer.
And then I packed it.
And like, sure, the contents in the drawer, and then like, this is everything in that box.
At times, you would ask him to carry a firearm when you went out together.
What? What? That's weird.
Did you tell him it made you feel safer?
Huh?
Jake usually carried a firearm. I don't.
That wasn't
recall,
the
like, making
question.
that specific request, but he would carry a firearm.
And you knew that he kept a firearm in his nightstand that had a trigger lock?
Okay.
I knew that there was a firearm.
These are very, very, very different things for me.
There was like a pistol in a nightstand. I don't recall any of them having trigger locks.
Did you occasionally wake him up if you heard a noise in the house and you were scared?
Again, I just realized I'm like, not only am I alone, but my door's unlocked.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna wake up. Sure.
Oh, he slept too hard too?
Do you agree that after you separated, you and Jake and your moms all met at Starbucks to talk about what was going on?
Did?
Don't
Okay.
fuck over
And
Starbucks.
you agree that during that meeting, you did not mention alcohol a single time?
Oh,
Yes, I did.
you did?
Soon after that meeting, you sent a text and indicated that you had changed your mind and didn't want to go to counseling.
No, it was. Is that one I can look back on? It wasn't that. It was because we had two different views of where like the future was going. And
What do you mean?
oh, how do I explain it? Like
Yeah. Concealed
I
permanent
wanted to go to
license.
counseling, but like Jake thought that it was just about us, and I wanted to address other things.
I wanted it really to be about him.
You know, we were taking a break. So
Concealed.
because we were on separate pages about the goal of counseling, that is why I had said, because it was not my intention to, you know, I don't want to go to counseling because I want to get back together.
Oh, what? How even terrible would that be? Just counseling to listen to her.
Do you think that it wouldn't be helpful to children see you and Jake having amicable communication during your exchanges?
I think that would be good for us, not necessarily just exchanges, but any events. Right now, it is very much a, yeah, yes, I do think that at events, it doesn't have to be the way that it is right now.
So when Sarah walks the kids out to their dad and you stay in the house, what kind of message do you think that sends?
Well,
Good question.
no, is a
No
10-second exchange where
objection.
they're walking or being shared
Objection.
outside. I'm with them up until point of
Objection.
them walking outside.
Objection.
And to avoid any, right now, with how Jake and I are, we're not there yet. So if I foresaw it being a cordial interaction, then, but we're not, I don't see
I guess
that
letting
happening.
her just
What has he
ramble.
said to you, exchanges that has not been cordial?
No, he doesn't try to do the,
She needs to just answer these
I'm
questions.
the one who's trying to,
You're not doing shit.
like, if we're at events together, I'm the one trying to.
Listen, I want you to listen to my question.
Yes.
What I asked you was, what has he said to you at an exchange that is not cordial?
No, it might be
No.
not at the physical exchange, but it might be a message right before in our family wizard that's a little,
So what has he
a
said to
little
you
hostile.
at an exchange in front of the children that has not been cordial?
No, he's not said anything to me.
Okay, so if he hasn't said anything to you at an exchange in front of the children that has not been cordial, why can't the two of you do the exchanges? If you're there, I mean, I understand if you're at work or you have something else and you can't be at the exchange, but if you're there, why can't you walk the children out? I just don't understand.
Because there's a lot of he said, she said, right now, not at the exchanges, because that 10-20 seconds has been eliminated. But in other modes of communication, there's been a lot of, my view, Jake's view, a lot of that, so that part's been eliminated. But we're talking about exchanges. Why can't these cordial moments happen at other events? They don't. Jake has no desire to talk to me. Jake has no desire to have that interaction or to show the kids that.
Didn't he invite you to go swimming?
Oh, okay. Yes, after the spring break incident, Jake had invited us to go swimming.
That wasn't cordial. That wasn't an attempt to co-parent, to do something together, to see the kid, have the kids see you together.
I don't believe that that's the best way to start, by just putting us in, I don't believe that that's the best way to start, bringing us back together. I think that we need to do some individual sessions first, then bring us together. I don't think that that was a smart move to say, hey, let's go to the Y Center and take the kids swimming. Because
What?
He invited you to the Easter egg hunt?
That seems like a
No.
really good idea. Everybody's on
the
fair
one
ground.
no, I told Jake about I tell Jake about the events that are going on at your school. And then, I asked him if he was going to take him. Again, this was that spring break week where they were doing everything to keep the boys away from me. And he said that at first he said he's not gonna take them because it's raining. And so I sent him the message from our world saying, rain or shine, we're gonna have Easter egg hunt. And so then he said that he would take the kids, but he's only going to take them for like an hour. And then that's when I said, again, to me, it's just a game. And so that's when I said, okay, I just hope they're able to do all the activities. But did he invite me to the Easter egg hunt? No. I asked Jake if he was taking the kids and told him about it.
Okay. And was there also an Easter egg hunt at a church event?
No, it was an event that happened last year that Jake told me about that wasn't happening. And I was the one that had to tell him that, hey, that event's not happening, that was an event from last year.
But he invited you. Even though there was a mistake in it, he invited you, correct?
And I went, and I showed up at the church, and I asked, where's this Easter egg event happening? But there was nothing.
Do you think he did that on purpose?
I don't know.
Right. And at the Easter egg hunt at our world, he was fine when you wanted to hold Sam, correct? You wanted to nurse Sam and hold him. That wasn't an issue.
Sam wanted to nurse, so yes. No, it was not.
You've told Jake that he's causing emotional trauma for the kids and fighting for custody, correct?
Emotional trauma,
Correct.
tree incident.
And you think that a dad wanting to have custody of his kids is causing emotional trauma by asking for that?
No, I believe that a parent, keeping kids away from the other parent can cause that kind of emotional trauma.
She's projecting so much.
And you said that in a public place, correct?
I did.
And Jake indicated to you that he thought that it was probably the wrong place and time to have that kind of discussion, correct?
Correct.
And so instead of ceasing that conversation, you indicated to him that he gets to choose what kind of man he's going to be, the kind who fights against his family or fights for his family, correct?
First, I had said, I don't know when else you're going to see it. So I was seeing what was going on, and Jake doesn't recognize signs of, Jake doesn't understand what, you know, kids at that age developmentally what they need. So I was trying for Jake to see, these are the signs. Like, they're not going to come and say to you, like, I'm experiencing emotional trauma. They're going to display it in these signs that they are exhibiting. And so all I had said to Jake was, I'm holding Asher, he's crying, and all I said to him was, I said, I don't know when else you're going to see it. And
So you're saying these things in front of Asher?
yes, I was calm. I mean, given the circumstances, I was calm.
But do you think it's appropriate to talk about emotional trauma to the kids in front of the kids?
No, I do not, and that was not my intent. My intent was not to be having this conversation in front of Asher,
But I
just
couldn't
to
control
hopefully
myself.
help open Jake's eyes to what was going on.
And it's your opinion that Jake requesting equal time with the children is fighting against his family, not fighting for his family?
Jake asking for equal time was fighting against his family.
Is she reading that from somewhere?
You told him that he was getting to choose what kind of a man he's going to be, the kind who fights against his family or fights for his family. And
That's not. What I was intending by that comment was, I'm hoping that Jake will one day put the kids first. I'm hoping that one day that's who he will be fighting for. Not anybody else, not anything else, but that's who he's fighting for.
let's talk about the baptism. You indicated that you made custom-made invitations for the baptism.
Yeah, for all their events too.
Okay, and they were texted and email invitations, correct?
Yeah, you can do like a digital invite. So I had done like an e-invite is what it's called for the baptism.
Okay. And Jake had asked you not to send any electronic invitations to his grandparents. Is that correct? Because they're not very technologically inclined.
I don't recall that, and I talked to his grandma on their cell phone. I have never been told not to text his grandparents. I was able to text his grandparents their sports schedule, and then if they wanted to show up, they were able to do so. I was never told that.
Okay. Do you disagree that Jake's mom and dad made and brought food over for the baptism party?
They did not make and bring food over for the baptism.
Nobody did anything. Oh my
And
God.
Jake didn't help your dad set up chairs and tables for the breakfast?
No.
No, they did not. The night before, my parents had brought over, like enough chairs and we set them up the night before.
We being who?
Yes, thank you. No, we being me and my parents.
So Jake didn't help at all.
Trying to think right now with the baptism, what Jake helped out with and,
Okay.
No.
So you indicated that you have taken care of most of the kids' doctor's appointments.
all of the kids' doctor's appointments.
And you're,
Except one.
okay, your schedule's flexible
Yes,
and you're working remotely in part at least?
I work 100% remote.
Okay. And Jake works depending on where he's stationed, either somewhere between Climax and South Bend.
Schoolcraft and, I don't know if South Bend is the farthest he would go, but definitely into Indiana.
Okay. So it's just more time effective for you to take the kids to the doctor's appointments than for him to drive back from wherever he is?
I haven't always worked from home.
She can't
I
even,
work at
she,
home.
girl. Oh my God. All this is doing is going to show the judge that you can't even take a win when it's given to you. This is called spite, Megan. This is going to make you sick. This will literally make you sick. It makes me sick. It's really gross, to be honest. It's so obvious when you watch it over this condensed period of time. It's sad. It's actually really sad for the kids. Like, she needs to. If I were her, I would be embarrassed to watch this later on. Or for her kids to find this later on.
It's always been like this. It's always been an expectation that this is what I do. Just fine, I will do it. I want to do it. But the point being that it was never anything that, that Jake even had to cross his mind to do. I used to use my leave, or I'm, I'm coordinating that. I'm changing my
Girl,
schedule to take the boys to appointments. Jake never had to worry about that.
Have you ever tried to schedule appointments for the kids at times when Jake could be there, like later in the day?
I have tried to do that. There's actually been two that I can remember just recently that he could have went to, but he did not.
You complained that Jake did advise you about spring break, or he advised you on the Friday before that he was going to keep the kids for spring break, correct? You were upset about that.
No, I was expecting the kids back that Sunday. He had picked them up Friday. I thought they were coming back home that Sunday,
And they didn't.
but they did not.
And you were upset.
And you've got a copy of the temporary order, correct?
Correct?
And you would agree that it indicates that he has spring break.
Yes, that follows the kids' school.
So why would he need to notify you?
Because it says that it follows the kids, where they go to school, and Asher had school, and it said that, spring break starts at this time and ends at this time, and so because Asher had school, I had thought that they came back the day before at 6 o'clock.
You were the one who primarily wanted Asher to play tennis, correct?
Asher showed interest. Asher was the one who brought it up to me. He wanted to play tennis, though. But yes, I was the one who mentioned tennis.
Okay, and he can go back to tennis after soccer is over, correct?
He could. I'm just trying to think if it goes on, I don't know if they switch to outdoor in the summertime, but we could find him something for tennis.
And do you recall that Jake offered to have practices on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, or Friday in order to leave Wednesday free for tennis? And so that Asher could do both tennis and soccer?
Yes, but that was not the issue. I did not believe that Asher was ready for Waddles Park game setting soccer. I thought that.
I was still waiting for
still
my
believe,
uniform to come
especially
in
with the, what,
so I
how
could be on the
Asher
field.
acts, that getting him back into Kingdom for another year, you know, seeing how he did this fall, this last fall, I thought it was the structure of soccer. I did not think that he was ready for Waddles Park soccer,
Serious soccer over
but
there.
he would benefit
4-year-old.
better from doing Kingdom sports, one-on-one.
So you want the children to either go to the Catholic church every Sunday or to go to Catholic school if they can't go every Sunday to catechism class. Is that my understanding of your request?
Correct. That's why catechism is offered for kids who go to public school in order to get catechism class. Then they attend on Sundays because it's not part of public school curriculum.
And-
St. John's.
And there are other children who are in divorce situations who can only attend catechism, sorry for pronouncing it wrong, class every other Sunday?
I'm not sure. No, you can only miss a certain number of classes.
How do they
Have
feel
you
about
made
your
that
out of wedlock
input?
children?
If it's possible to,
Honey, how do they feel about your out of wedlock children in the catechism class? She is up on a mighty fine horse, isn't she? Judging everybody. Does she go to church every Sunday? That's so weird to me. And this is just another control mechanism. Control, control, control. Control, control, control. Control, control, control. Control, control, control. Could you imagine if she was your nurse? I think it's obvious why she does paperwork and she assesses veterans' files to see if they require treatment. Because I cannot imagine her bedside manner being good. No offense. Well, yeah, a little bit of offense, in my opinion.
have that accommodation when you have a situation where you're sharing weekends with another parent?
They will work with you, but you need to be in class to prepare for the sacrament for that year. So attendance is important.
So the reason that Noah doesn't go to Catholic school is because he goes to church every Sunday?
And it goes to catechism.
Yeah, that's her
Both you
job.
and Jake live in the Lakeview district, correct?
Correct.
Is it really a matter that you like Penfield better, or is it just you want Asher and Sam to be in the same school as Noah?
No, I do like Penfield. I do prefer Penfield. Like I've mentioned, I like their structure, but it is very much important for me. They are brothers too. And before all of this, they were always together. So it is also important for me because we have a community at Penfield, so for Asher and Samuel to join that community.
Now, you've indicated that after you separated, Jake didn't ask to have the kids overnight, correct?
He did not.
But he was asking for an equal parenting time schedule, was he not?
Night,
About, it was at least 2 weeks.
shortly behind you.
Then, yes, the way he phrased it was he only went 50-50.
Only
So
one.
isn't asking for 50-50 also asking for overnights?
No, you could imply that, but
okay? And he complained at times that 2 to 3 hours, a couple times a week wasn't enough, correct?
Trying to think back to the text messages if he ever said that. And it wasn't only 2 to 3 hours. He would be able to be with them for whole days at times. But
But he would never
he
do
would
it.
not be with them.
He wouldn't want to. His mom might.
I don't recall.
She's a fucking cunt. So predictable.
I'm not sure right now with
Hi, Mayor.
the time.
So the first 2 weeks after you separated, you were still kind of trying to figure out if it was possible to reconcile. Agreed?
No, not agreed. The
You-
first 2 weeks, Jake didn't talk to me. The first 2 weeks, I reached out to Jake and just said like, because
You're
I was
annoying.
confused, I didn't
I
know what was
hate you.
going on. So I was the one who reached out to Jake and said,
I hate you, Jake.
like, oh geez, like, don't want you to think too much of this silence, but I hope, because Jake left saying he wanted to find his happiness. Apparently his happiness was not with us, but that was why Jake said that he was leaving. So like one of my messages, I do remember it was like, I hope that, I don't know, I hope you don't think too much into the silence and, we're thinking of you, but I do hope that like you find what it is you're looking for, something like that. But no, the first couple weeks, it was me who reached out and I got minimal responses from Jake.
Ms. McGinn, why don't we break here for lunch and resume at 1:30?
Sounds good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Whoa. The judge lives. The judge lives. Is that going to start a hockey? No, we're not watching a hockey thing. Jesus. Okay, guys, that was intense. Breaking for lunch, break for dinner, break for tonight. We're done for tonight. We've been going almost 5 hours. Oh my God. I guess this was my way to deal with not having jury duty tomorrow. I was really looking forward to it, but alas. Yeah, how did they not pee during it? Anyways, I hope you had a good time with us. If you're wondering, hey, I just caught the tail end of that or whatever, I've actually linked all parts of this video or of this case in the description of the video already. Wow, it's amazing. Such a good job. So you can go check them out. We already heard from Dad for days. Dad for days. Anyways, tomorrow we will be back with the remaining part of this case. Reminder that slap fights are this weekend on Saturday, I think, and we can just imagine it's Megan getting slapped. Allegedly. I hope that each and every one of you have a great time. Please remember that I love you. I am proud of you, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. I'm so sad I don't get to do my get ready with me for jury duty tomorrow. Bye.